Welcome to the April 14th, 2026 work session and executive session of the Mayor and City Council of Hagerstown. The meeting is now called to order. First up, we have solar energy information. Mr. Antoine Jones and Curtis Hubbs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello.
All right. So I'm Curtis Hovis. I'm the CEO of Sunburst Solar. So this is Antoine Jones. I know you guys have spoke with him at the council meetings. So thank you for having us today. It's not like I'm gonna say, hey, do this when I approve a project. It'll take longer than 15 minutes. But it's mainly to kind of discuss with you guys, evaluating, Hagerstown to go solar, where a lot of savings. There's a lot of grant and like federal and state money where we can kind of get back right now, where kind of reduce costs for people in Hagerstown, or we can kind of use those money for services and what have you. I'm not sure, if you've seen kind of in the news. I mean, we've all seen kind of the rates going up. So we can look like Hagerstown Light Department of Potomac Edison. We can kind of look where Pepco and BG&E is right now, and that's probably where we're going to be kind of in a few years. If you look back about 3 or 4 years ago and you kind of look at all the rates that they charge you, distribution, generation, delivery cost, XYZ, Hagerstown Light Department was probably like 6-8 cents per kilowatt hour when you're pulling off the grid and getting charged. Potomac Edison was around 10-12, and then like BG&E and Pepco was around like 13 to 15 cents. Fast forward to today, Potomac Edison is where BG&E and Pepco was right up the road. They're charging around like 15, 16 cents. Hagerstown Light Department probably around 12. I did get one, I think it was last week. We're doing a Legion in Hagerstown, and they was getting charged around 15. But Pepco and BG&E are at like 25 to 27 cents right now. And it's just going to keep going up and up. Okay, you have to think just with the tax bill passed, they did a study where they projected it's going to go up about 30% by 2029. And you have like normal inflation, which we've seen the cost. If your bill was $200 a month 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it's probably $350 right now. Somewhere in that range, 300, 400. But you have the normal inflation. There's these data centers. If we want to continue to be the number one superpower in the world, and China not kind of surpass us, obviously across the country, we have to build this out. Where obviously they use a lot of energy. They have to use like industrial cooling systems to obviously cool the system and put the strain on the grid. Costs go up, XYZ. And a lot of people think we get all of our power from like coal. Okay, the coal only produces probably 7% or so that goes to the grid. We still about 40% going to the grids from gas. So for instance, we see what's going on with the conflict in Iran and the Strait, and when gas prices go up, the electric goes up also because we're getting almost half of it from gas. Sorry, allergies killing me. But what kind of the urgency with it, we've been trying to sit with you guys for, I don't know, we think about a year now, a couple months, somewhere in that range. There's a lot of money available for this that can help out Hagerstown, kind of bring down costs and use it for services. There's still some state grants, and it kind of depends on, what you guys want to do, and we'll kind of correspond through email to see, what route you want to take, kind of the next conversation if you want to move forward. But the first thing is there's a federal tax credit. Okay, so you can pay cash, you can get a finance, and actually the MEA, Maryland Energy Administration, they actually for government building to get solar, they have funding 0%. If you want to do that, or from a cash perspective, depending on how much sun exposure, it could be like a 5, 7, 8 year kind of payback period. But the federal tax credit is still in effect for government buildings and commercial as long as the work starts before July 4th. For residential, it went away on December 31st. But depending on the area it's in, you can get anywhere between like 30 to 50% back, and which can be a lot of money. And it kind of depends, what we're doing, and we'll kind of correspond past this point. And I'll kind of lead questions here in a minute. But if, say it's a 100 kilowatt system, I don't expect, everybody kind of know what that means. But, that's kind of a small business, maybe medium-sized business. But on that, you might save without, if you get a finance, still nothing out of your own pocket or pay cash. But you might save $10,000, $20,000 a year just on that. And then you might get $100,000, $200,000 back in that federal kind of tax credit. Okay. And it's called a direct payment for like government buildings, because when it was residential, you had to have a tax liability to kind of get it back year one. And if you didn't, you had to keep rolling it through 2032. When they passed the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, anybody that's like a nonprofit or government building, you get it automatically as like a direct payment as long as you're structured properly. but it can be anywhere between like 30 and 50%. So if on a 100 kilowatt system that's getting installed, it's saving 10, 20,000 a year, and then you're getting, depending upon, say 100, 200,000 back that can kind of be used for services for the city. If you install, say, 1 megawatt system, over multiple or a huge one, whatever you can swap electricity for solar, it's just more savings. So in that scenario, say it's 1 megawatt, now you're saving, 100, 200,000 a year. Now you're getting 1 or 2 million back. They can kind of bring costs down for the city, taxes come down, or you can use it for, services and what have you. But kind of, I'm not going to oversell and be like, hey, we do this and everybody's electric bill goes to zero, right? But it's one of those things where it is, when you get the money, it's obviously everybody's kind of complaining about tax and area and things. You could either, bring that down from the savings, or a lot of things that we can do and kind of get our ROI on the money rather than kind of paying it to PJM, because we supply about 20% locally, like Hagerstown Lake Department, but about 80% we're getting from like PJM. And they just kind of announced, well, the Department of Energy showed that over the past decade, just for data centers, it's tripled the demand. And they just came out with a study where they said year over year for this upcoming year, the demand has kind of went up about over 5,000 megawatt hours a year. And it's just going to keep going up. Okay, so when you get solar, whether you go the cash route and you have all your money back that was kind of put in, say by year 7, when we do the designs and kind of set with you next time, I'll show you the economics and see what it saves. But even if you get it funded, say from that 0% kind of funding that they have at the MEA, that payment stays fixed. So as the electric rates keep going up, even if I came in and said solar is more than, electric prices, you say, hey, we're not doing this, but that will keep going up. Say, 300, 400, 500, a lot of times the big businesses, you might be paying $10,000 a month. If it goes up 30% one year, on a $100 bill, it's only $30. On a $10,000 bill a month, it's, it can kind of start taking a lot out of your pocket. Today is basically, I wanted to leave some time for you guys to kind of ask some questions. So I don't want to kind of get too far into it, but, just to set up a time, where we can actually correspond and see what you guys are looking to do. And I can, no charge, kind of do a free quote, kind of rank the options on, some properties. I know you spoke with Antoine about, kind of see what makes most financial sense for the city. And then at that point, hey, if it does, move forward. If not, so be it. But the big thing is that federal tax credit. You have to start work before July 4th, so after July 4th, you go solar, it still makes sense. You still save, 20, 30, maybe 50%, depending on the sun exposure on the bill, but you're leaving hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars on the table because you're kind of getting that back in a direct payment. I still call it a tax credit. But that's kind of the gist of it. I can't really break down the economics without getting the design done and seeing which buildings. But do you guys have any questions for me?
I do have one.
Okay.
I guess it would be advantageous to put these close to one of our substations.
Yep. So we can kind of look, and that's another thing. So I think, what was the property? I think it was the
field house was one, the new field house.
the wastewater campus. That's probably a good. I mean, I have a couple here, but that's what I don't want. Obviously, we have 15 minutes, but I'll rank them next time we talk and kind of see what makes what's most beneficial to the city. Kind of say here's what, because there's there's grants that you can get dependent upon the area it's in. Like there's some areas where it can be classified like agricultural or rural, and there's some grants for that. Then there's some where it depends on like the system size. When we tried to meet with you guys last time, there was a grant where, say it's a huge system, say it's like $1 million and you're getting 300 to 500,000 back just in federal. There was another grant through Maryland where you might get another like $400,000. You're only, 200,000-300,000 in on a $1 million deal. You have your money back like this. Now that extra savings that the city's kind of saving on the electricity and the money that you get back in federal and grants can kind of be used for other things. But I'll rank them for you and kind of see, but that's, we can kind of talk through email and see what direction you guys are looking to go.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, just a general question. For residential, if homeowner was interested in solar, can you walk through the process of what that would look
Yeah,
like for
100%.
asking for
Yep.
solar energy?
So we do free quotes. We don't charge anybody. It's no commitment, and we're not high pressure. I mean, honestly, when you see it, it really does kind of sell itself. Like, because let's say, I don't know, it's a $400 electric bill somebody's paying right now. Okay, that's going to go to 5, 6, 7, 8 over the years. They just get us a utility bill. They can go on our website, sunburstsolar.com, or, call us on the number online. But we do a free quote. We can do by Zoom or in person. Usually I can do it in person because there's a lot of numbers to really understand it. But we kind of get a design done, show you where the panels would go, what they would kind of look like. Everything's preliminary on the first sit down because obviously we have to survey the property, make sure the roof's in good condition, electrical's up to code, and kind of go over the numbers. So if somebody's bill is maybe $400 right now, and say they get it financed, and there's lease options too, where you can put it up for free and just pay less. But say their bill's $400 and kind of keeps going up, you might be able to get solar, nothing out of pocket, get it all financed. It's kind of a number on a piece of paper because you're already kind of paying that monthly. And instead of paying $400 to the utility company that kind of keeps going up, maybe you pay, $250, $300 on solar, that payment stays fixed. That's honestly the biggest thing. Everybody gets solar for the immediate savings. I hate day one, I'm cutting it by 20, 30%, maybe 50. But every year that goes by, that gap gets bigger, okay? Because, you guys have seen it's like 10 cents a kilowatt hour on average, like say from Potomac Edison, now it's like 16. And we kind of show long-term savings, and then they have all the information to kind of do their due diligence and fact check and see if it makes sense. If it does, then we kind of do a survey. And then if it, passes the survey, which about 30% of homes don't, then we go to permitting, the utility. We do all the legwork. Like I'm real big on, hey, you just sit back, like you don't have to deal with the headaches. We do the permitting and interconnections, like if you have a HOA that needs approval, which a lot of people who try to go through their HOA in the past, they got denied. They passed something called the Maryland Real Property Code 2-116, I think it is, where they can't tell you no if it makes the system less efficient or costs more money, which we're going to put the panels where obviously it's the highest efficiency and the most savings. But then if you move forward, permitting takes, 4 to 6 weeks on average. Once we get it back, we install. It's typically a one-day install, not turned on right away. We have the county come out and inspect it. We have the utility come out, swap the meter, and turn it on. Then it's up and running. There's no maintaining them. They're just kind of up there doing their thing. We have a 30-year workmanship warranty, 25-year manufacturing warranty, kind of everything covered other than like weather-related stuff. But yeah, we do a free quote, kind of show you how the financials kind of work out, and then you see if it kind of makes sense for you. And then also, like, even though this is a government building, same thing. On commercial, like they can still get the tax credit if they kind of move forward into the work starts before July 4th. But churches or nonprofits or anything of that nature, same thing with the government building, where they pretty much, as long as they're structured right, automatically get that 30 or 40 or 50% as a direct payment, where they don't need a tax liability. But a lot of churches and things or public schools, like they tried a couple years ago, and then they wasn't getting that money, so they didn't do it, and they don't know that they can get that now.
Thank you.
Quick question, sorry. And for the clients that currently already have solar panels, what would that transition look like for them?
As far as, like, you mean once they get installed?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically it's not, so right now you're hooked up to the grid and you pull off what's called kilowatt hours. Okay, so let's say, Hagerstown Light Department is charging on average like 12 cents. If you pull 1,000 kilowatt hours off, it rolls that meter to the right, they come out and check it, charge 12 cents, $120 bill. Okay, so when we put the panels up there, we swap it out with a digital net meter that can go bi-directional, it can roll backward. Okay, so say you pull 1,000 off the grid, bring 1,000 in through the panels, rolls it back to zero. They see zero, they can't charge you anything other than there's like a little customer service charge to be hooked up to the grid. Still have that, no way around it. But obviously we get more sun like daytime and nighttime, summertime and wintertime. So we size the system and say I get your bill and you need 12,000 kilowatt hours produced over the year. That's kind of what you're kind of consuming right now. So now nobody's like this. Let's pretend it's 1,000 each month. Then what happens is, say you need 6,000 for the warmer months, then the solar panels might produce 8,000. It kind of kicks back out to the grid, and then Potomac Edison or Hagerstown Light Department is using their energy for their neighbors. So they have it in a form of a credit order pulling back at nighttime or in the wintertime. We're saying the 6 wintertime months where you still need 6,000, it might only produce 4, or you're like 2,000 short. Pull those credits back, still not getting it. But to answer your question from the homeowner standpoint, they just kind of sit back. Like we do kind of everything. We install it. Once it's turned on, there's no maintaining it. There's nothing that they have to do. If we were in another state, or something where we didn't get rain, still wouldn't have to, but you could take a hose up there every 2-3 months, to get extra like 2% efficiency. Since we get rain here, it kind of does the job, for us.
I've been doing a lot of research on it, so thank you for coming in. I was thinking even if we do it kind of like a startup pilot program to where we see where we can fit it into where it can work efficiently for our residents, especially like with the, our utilities skyrocketing. So, excuse me. So what if with the pilot program, we might gear it to downtown businesses or just low income or renters to see how that works?
Yep.
Because if I understand it correctly, what we don't use it, we reuse it.
Right.
Is that correct?
Well, so like you kind of kick it out to the grid and you're running like a daily credit kind of thing, right? Now, at the end of the year, if you still have credits banked, like let's say you still have like 2,000 like kilowatt hours banked, anything you overproduce, they kind of clear that out at the end of the year and cut you a check around April. And they only pay you back like the supply rate, which is a little bit less than kind of what they charge you. So it's a case by case scenario. Sometimes it makes sense to oversize it, sometimes it doesn't. Because you could oversize it and it's like, okay, you oversize it, maybe you're getting, X dollars a year in this check, but then for those extra panels you're putting on, you're kind of paying more for that, if that makes sense. So it's case by case. It really depends on where the panels are going, the sun exposure, and how much it's producing. But, after this, if you guys do want to kind of move forward with like a free quote and kind of see some things, we can correspond through email and different options, right? So I would recommend, because of the tax credit going away, like anything you guys think you would want to do, it's best to do it now because it's, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars that you can kind of get back where obviously it still saves you after that, but, you're kind of leaving that money on the table. But there's options like you were suggesting I can kind of go over with you, or if we're just doing a few properties, but I can kind of show you all options. And the next time we sit down, it'll be way more clear. I'll have the numbers, a slide deck presentation, things like that.
And we can kind of, like for example, what we don't use, we could possibly give our residents like a utility credit.
Yeah, well, it
Again,
kind of
with
doesn't
that-
automatically, but yeah, anything
Okay.
that kind of goes out is kind of a credit, yes. Yep.
Or go back into the general fund, like what we don't.
Anything else?
Anybody else?
Yes, another question, sorry. Using the two examples, like the field house and what was the other one? You said the water plant?
The
Yeah, it was like wastewater.
The wastewater.
Yeah.
Okay, what would be the timeline based on installation? How much would the city incur like for upfront costs and things like that? And does the federal tax credit cover, would that cover only install? Would that cover? I mean,
Everything, yeah.
It would cover everything.
So basically, and I'm sorry, trying to think, what was the first question? I had the other two.
I kind of wanted to know,
Turnaround
just
time,
based
that's
on,
what it
yeah,
was.
turnaround time.
So basically, like, let's say we meet, right? And like, let's pretend this is where I was giving you the presentation, everything was good, and you guys say, let's go, okay? Permitting is kind of what the holdup is. So there's two things we really got to get approved. It's interconnection, which through the utility, that doesn't take too long, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, somewhere in that range. The permitting takes about 4 to 6 weeks, but, I'm sure maybe kind of get that rolling a little bit, but, you do want to start it before July to make sure you get that money. It doesn't say the install has to be completed by July 4th, but the work has to start, you know what I mean? So we can kind of do something small, kind of get it rolling there and start the work. So probably about, 4 to 6 weeks average turnaround time for the permit. And then what was your second question? I'm sorry. Well, that was the,
No,
Wastewater.
no install time.
well, it kind of, so like on a normal, like residential, it's 1 day, but it depends on the system size.
Right.
So it's like, it could be a
So if
week
we use like
install,
the field house, like for an example, like if it were to be installed.
probably about a week, somewhere in 4 or 5 days, something like that. And then once it's installed, it's not turned on right away. County will come out and inspect it, and then utility comes out and turns it on. It's probably about a month after it's installed that it gets turned on. Our average turnaround time is like 2 weeks, but I always tell people a month just to kind of buffer.
Now, would residents have the option to opt in or opt out? Or would it just be automatic for solar? Like, let's say that there were some city residents that just said, I don't want to go solar.
Yeah, well, there's a couple out. So first, like if you guys are doing it on the buildings, like say if there's, like the property you just mentioned, it's basically for that site, right? And then that savings, you can either, taxes come down or use that money for other services or fund like you guys were talking about. Now, if we do something where it's like, community solar or something where, it's a big field and, kind of pay less, just kind of pulling off. It'd be up to them, I guess. I mean, it'd really be up to you guys, kind of how we roll it out, whether it's like, hey, you just get it, but it wouldn't really make sense because, the only issue I've ever come in with this is like people think it's the old ugly like blue panels you used to have back in the day. We use monocrystalline panels, black to black, look really sleek, look really nice. That's really the only reason sometimes people don't do it. Where with this, if it is something like community solar, they're not putting it on their house, they're just kind of pulling it off. You're kind of swapping one for the other. So it's like, hey, if you guys install solar for the city and let's say, Potomac Edison or whoever's charging us 16 cents a kilowatt hour, maybe you can pull them off the panels and everybody gets it at, 12 cents or 10 cents or somewhere in that range. So I wouldn't see any reason somebody would opt out, but it would be up to you guys kind of if they would be able to or not.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So like for the community, because I did read about that, the community solar, that would have to be like Councilmember Anderson said, everybody would have to agree, like in that area.
Yeah,
So
some-
it just
yeah.
goes in a field.
Well, there's different ways you can do it. You can do it where you can kind of opt out and it's like a third party type thing. Or it's just, you can kind of do it where, hey, it's just hooked up to the meter and here's what it is. But, that's something we can talk about when we sit down on the next one. But I just don't see any reason anybody would opt out for cheaper electric. It's not, nothing's changing other than you're just swapping how you're paying and one's cheaper than the other one. But yeah, it kind of be up to you guys which route you want to go with it.
Anyone else?
I don't think I asked the big question.
Okay.
Okay, the big question was, what would we be looking at cost-wise?
So that's really
That's
what I
the
want
big
to talk. That's the main thing when we kind of like say we correspond through email, because you got to think if you're doing like a normal business or something, it could be, I guess a decent sized business could be, 200,000, 400,000, but the more that you do, the more savings, because say it's percentage based, say you're saving 30%, you're getting 30%. The more you swap, the more you save and the more money you get back. So it depends on, when I break down the economics for you guys, I'll do like two options. Like we'll do a couple properties and then I'll do a bunch and you can kind of see what it is, but it could be 200,000. It could be, hey, we could power the whole city. And I'm joking, we're not going to do that, but 100 million or something. But there's just so many options with it, and there's so many different type of grants and which direction we go. It's kind of hard to answer just, hey, it's this, right? I would have to kind of see which properties, how much you're paying per month, how much energy you need, and then you kind of break it down right to the penny.
So just so we have an understanding, I know you said we would have to kind of be in motion by July. Motion just meaning that we are kind of conversating
Yeah,
about
so
it. It
I read
doesn't
the bill, and I
necessarily
mean,
mean
you
that-
guys know how bills are, not super clear, right? Like, so, but the way I understand what I read is just as long as work starts. So, hey, we go ahead and hook up the electrical or something like that. Hey, work started, and then you have until I think it's December 2027 to get it turned on. So the main thing is getting the work started by July 4th, and with that permit time being like 4 to 6 weeks, or if they're backed up, could be longer. We're getting pretty close to where it's like kind of 50-50 if it would kind of, the permit would get approved in time to start the work.
Anyone else? Okay.
All right, thank you for having me, guys.
you,
And then I'll shoot you guys an email and then we can kind of go from there.
Also, just for anybody watching, if you're interested, antwan@sunburstsolar.com. You can send me an email and we can sit down with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, next up, rent stabilization information from the Landlord Association.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is,
You can have a seat.
I'm Joe Kraft. I am the president of the Landlord Association. With me, I have Michael Stanford, Nancy Allen, Terrence Hooper, and Rebecca Robinson. Chatting about rent stabilization, this is something that's going to take a little more than 20 minutes to discuss. But I think what we're going to do is briefly cover the expenses, which I think you've already heard, but we want to cover that again. Cover some of the capital expenditure costs as we encounter, and then what the rental trends are and what happens in the up market and the down market, and then some of the economic impacts we would go over that again. All right, here's Mike, if you want to start with that, and I can pass these out to you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. So what I did, I just did a quick P&L on a 7-unit apartment building to explain expenses and kind of where things have been going as we talk about rent stabilization. We don't have to go through all the numbers. The big issues, and one that we just talked about, which is really good, is utilities. Utilities between 2024 and 2025 35% increase. Can you hear me?
More handouts.
Oh, yeah. You need more?
We were stopping right up.
Oh, this one here?
Sorry.
No, not this. Yeah, that's what you have.
Sorry. So utilities have gone up, general expenses have gone up, maintenance have gone up. The assessed value on that particular building went up $255,000. That's not what it's assessed at, that's just the increase, which is a tune of $5,000 a year. So, and we add all these numbers together, and we come up with about $13,939 a year difference between 2024 and 2025. That comes out to a 17.34% increase. That, the rent can't even increase by that because it's $165 a month per unit. So I can't even recoup that in this first year. We're gonna have to pick it up over the next couple of years, and hopefully, the costs don't keep going up in this same range. But they will keep going up, especially on utilities. And we all know that. So that's why I laid this out. And the reason, again, I highlighted utilities, talk about capping a rent is going to be really hard when there's no caps on our expenses that we get on those buildings. Do we have another, and this is the question, do we have another hike coming in water sewer? Scott?
I'm sorry, I was.
Is there another hike in water sewer coming?
Yeah, there's a proposed increase.
Okay. So, that's on top of all of this, And now these numbers don't include other expenses like overhead for the actual paperwork to take care of stuff, the personnel behind the scenes, dealing with the tenants, my vehicle, gas, insurance, all these great things that we all have in a business. Part of that's cost of doing business, but it's also, and we can't talk about this word, is profit. I still need to make a little bit of profit so I can pay myself. And my expenses have gone up as well, just like everybody else sitting here. So this is not to say that this is the only thing that we have to look at. We're going to go over everything and then start trying to figure out how we move forward. So, but I wanted to kind of give this down and dirty, see if anybody had any quick questions on it.
I do.
Okay, Christian.
So, and difficult because just seeing this, but
Sure.
in the first section under expense from 24 to 25, is that something new to the property, or is that a new requirement for the common area maintenance and business expense?
So it really just depends on what the issue was. In this particular, there was not an expense assigned to a specific unit of the 7. It was assigned to the property itself because there was no way to assign it to a unit. That particular one was a service call for a maintenance of the property that we had to clean up because of a sewer backup.
Okay. Okay, so between the common area, the business expense, and the maintenance and repair, it makes up about 75% of the total $4,000 increase, roughly.
Correct. And maintenance repair, that picks up everything, mowing, snow removal, fixing a door, cost of personnel has gone up. It used to have one man to a truck, now we got 2 to a truck on the contractors when they come out. So what used to be, $50 for a service call is now $150. And I look at you, Bill, because
I know. It's actually more than that.
what's that?
It's actually more than 100.
Yeah. Thank you for,
So, and under utilities, obviously the city, if it's in the city, the old city boundary, what's in the old city 1947 boundary, we would fall under the electric for us.
We are.
Well, the water, sewer, trash, but the electric, I have to go back to the book, but I think the adjustment in rate, it wasn't in the 107% range, it was probably 10% of that. And the water, sewer, trash, wasn't in the 32%. I believe it was less than half of that.
we had 14% increases over the last 2 years.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at a 1-year differential between a 1
Well,
year.
but you're
period.
picking up 2024 numbers and 2025 numbers, so it increased. And I say what you're saying. And some of that is also straight up usage, But there's no way to control that.
I guess that's my question is, I'm looking at this, you said it's a 7-unit structure. So is the assumption that all 7 units were occupied in the same manner in the same period for both full year
Correct.
periods? So they both had 7 full units occupied for the full
But was there
period,
one person there or were there two?
right? Yeah, I don't know that.
No, but I'm saying those are the questions that we can't control, but those expenses go up. And it's not assigned to, gee, you have two people, so instead of paying $950 a month, we're going to charge you $1,050.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm not.
Well, I'm explaining how to, when we rent a place, we're not renting it according to the
Right.
number of persons.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not the proprietor, so, I don't have a way as the governmental entity sitting here, while I certainly understand expenses increase for those utility-oriented costs, these clearly are not reflective of the percentage increases that we've applied to those utilities in which we control.
Okay.
They're much higher. So I don't know what.
These are much higher.
Yeah, I don't know what the reasons are for that in this particular property. And then if I go down to the tax assessment for 2026, and this is simply a question I don't know the answer to, and maybe Nancy, you might have a better handle on this from a realtor perspective, but so, there were a number of properties that were reassessed through the triennial assessment, mine being one of them. But mine, it being a single-family home, is phased in over a 3-year period, and at some point, our Republican delegation convinced us to drop to 5% rather than the 10% we used to use, even though they didn't drop from.
But you have a homestead
5.
tax credit on yours.
So, right, so I guess that's my question is, do they apply a maximum number, or you get hit with the full number?
It's over 3 years, as it's noted there, the property tax phased in over 3 years.
So it is
It's the
phased
full
in.
amount, and it's full market value. It is not a lower number.
Right.
And there is no homestead tax credit. And this is just the increase. This is not the total assessment.
So it is applied differently because it's treated as a commercial property,
That is correct. Any non-owner occupied,
right?
which we have, are we still at the 62% mark on that?
I would say that we're somewhere in that neighborhood. I mean, it depends on what.
Okay.
It
I mean,
depends on
that's just,
the new developments.
yeah.
And then, so under taxes, Hagerstown, multi-unit rate, and then you have county. So those properties are assessed that same differential. That's probably a question for Scott.
No,
The 82.
the .823 is the county's rate in a jurisdiction.
With the,
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
With the
those
differential.
properties do experience the differential like all
Yeah,
properties.
it would be higher if it was not in the city the county rate would be higher if it's not in the city. We just wouldn't have a city rate. And I just broke those down, so it's not fair to say that the city is charging us 1.967%.
I mean, those are the questions I have from the sheet that you've provided.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So the 17.34%, that's the increase from 24, 25.
Correct.
So do you have a kind of like an estimate of what you think might be for the following year?
Well, I'm hoping it's not quite that high because we don't have the taxes to deal with. I mean, I still have to deal with that phase-in value.
Right.
But I don't, but we normally figure at least 10% sometimes, just in maintenance, like we withhold 10% because I don't know how many stoves or refrigerators are going out, furnace system, because this one we supply heat, hot water, water, sewer, trash. So that, any rate changes, the electric, so the electric runs, common area stuff, washer and dryer, that's in the basement, it runs the pumps on the boiler system. So however much that goes up is what we go up. Part of what this was showing was I can't go back. I mean, I raised the rents on everybody this year. I raised it $25 because of where they were at. About a 3% increase is what I did to them.
How long before you did that did you give your tenants the, like?
90-day notice. As required by Maryland law, 90-day notice.
90? How did they, like, did you get any, how did they feel about it?
They're not happy, but most of them have been with me for several years, and I don't just arbitrarily do increases. Part of the issue here is my own fault. I rented the units according to what my expenses were. So when you get hit with these bigger expenses, it's harder to recoup that. So I won't recoup that amount this year or next year. I'll be into the third year, before I can even do that. Now, anybody moves out, then that'll change because we'll increase that apartment immediately to a newer market rate to try and pick up that differential.
And just for my clarity, where it says new lease fee, 250, what exactly is that?
Those are fees that we have to pay if we have someone else involved in bringing us a tenant to the place.
Say that again?
So when you're renting a unit, it's the same as selling a house. You could potentially have an agent on the other side that's bringing that person. They have to be paid. So if I had
The
a,
agent that's bringing them?
yes,
Okay.
a realtor, yeah.
So
'Cause
so
I'm a
you
licensed-
only have one for
yeah.
just this
Correct, because
2025?
that's all I've had to replace as far as units. My other tenants have been there for a couple of years. But, I tend to keep longevity. I'm not looking at, getting turnover. So we try and keep places as reasonable as possible. But it's not always easy when these expenses come rolling in. And this isn't a blame. This is just fact of business, fact of life that these have occurred. And we also have the other issue of people not qualifying for the unit. The state has, created new laws, new regulations that make us, look even more critical at an incoming tenant. Takes longer to get rid of someone who doesn't want to pay. People who are, mediocre on their credit that we would have taken, 2 years ago with a 2-month security deposit. We no longer can ask for a 2-month security deposit. We can only ask for one. So that person, we're just saying, we're not accepting.
So you wouldn't accept them because they couldn't do an extra security deposit?
Because they don't meet the income
Right,
requirements.
I know it's a
Yeah,
law, but
because they
like-
don't meet the income, or they don't meet so we send them out, there's this whole process that when we send out the application, it comes back. They look at longevity of employment, income, what their their reports are, and then we'll also even look at it, if it comes questionable, I'll look at why is their credit rough? Is it a medical bill? We don't count those because everybody has to have, medical care. Is it, they haven't paid a utility, a phone bill, something like that? That doesn't bode well for someone that you want to be able to pay their rent ongoing. And if their credit score is low, we don't look at scores, we look at the reports. And they don't make the money or they just barely make it, and their credit's questionable, it's harder to take that person because knowing that, one, they may not pay. Two, if they don't, it's going to take longer to be able to get them out of the unit. And if we can't get them out of the unit, we're not getting paid, we can't go recoup that anywhere. There is no fund out there that says, gee, tenant hasn't paid me for 3 months, I get it back. We went through that during COVID. Landlords didn't have any place to go recoup income from non-payment. We couldn't remove them. So we just had to eat that. And at some place we have to make that up, even from that. So excuse me, sir.
Can I make a comment here, Michael, just based on this? Really, the goal is to attract a really good tenant because you have a really nice property that you're offering for them, which takes a lot of maintenance and making sure that your property is desirable by people who want to rent it. And when your costs keep going up, it's hard to keep that level of quality for those tenants. And like Michael's explained here, there are a lot of expenses that sometimes you don't know. You cannot foresee if a refrigerator is going to go, and it has been the practice lately that just about every year our insurance goes up by some percentage. And so you don't want to keep coming back to your really good tenant that you really like because they pay on time with increases. So you try to manage that as best you can on your balance sheet. So I think in in looking at this whole concept of rent stabilization, we were tasked with this and wondered, what is the goal of the rent stabilization that you're considering here?
I'll speak to
Because,
that.
I'm sorry?
I'll speak to that.
Okay, is that
So-
okay that I mention that?
yeah.
So the goal is, as we pointed out in our strategic goals for this administration, is to evaluate the pros and cons. And I know there was a lot of discussion at the town halls where people immediately thought that we was already implementing a rent cap or implementing some type of measure right now. That's not the case. So for me, you guys coming in is for information's sake, for me to hear, for us to hear, and for our citizens to hear, because a lot of times we get emails saying, my rent was $700, and then next month it was like 2,000. And they're coming to us for guidance, and we're like, whoa, one, that is a lot of money. But as far as the goal is, going back to that, is just to understand, what we can do as a governmental entity, and to get information to the people that rent impacts the most. That's the goal of this whole conversation. But going back to the breakdown, though, I'd like to see this. I think this is helpful for me to understand, but something like breaking down, okay, 2024 number was this repairs cost this, et cetera, is this type of information provided to the tenants? Because what I'm being told is they don't know why it's jumping up. They don't know why they can't go from, they was affordable at one point and then now it's not. I'm glad that we're having these conversations to understand that, utilities went up, the law has changed, but those kind of conversations should already be happening, in my opinion, from a landlord to tenant, day-to-day basis, not just going straight to city council and saying, can you figure out what's happening? You know what I'm saying? But that's, to answer your question, that's our goals for this.
And to answer that in a much broader sense, I think communication is the goal there between the landlord and the tenant. And hopefully that landlord would be having that conversation with the tenant about expenses going up and so forth. And I know in my own situation with my tenants, I try to be very upfront and honest with them and let them know, hey, my insurance has gone up, my HOA has gone up. I haven't passed that along to you, but now I need to start looking at that because you just needed a new refrigerator last year that I had to purchase, et cetera, et cetera. And they're usually very understanding of that because they're out in the world too. I'm glad that you're looking for information. I happen to bring quite a bit of that based on some studies that have been done throughout the state. So they're specific to Maryland. One is Montgomery County. One is Tacoma Park, which is Montgomery, PG County border, depending on which way it is. And then also Maryland Realtors produced a study also. And as Maryland Realtors, we went over a lot of this with a group here, and the unintended consequences sometimes of a broader rent stabilization thing may not have the same, may not produce the results that you're looking for, because it could result in economic losses. It could result in a lack of supply because you'll have less people wanting to be good property managers and property investors and owners. And that's not the goal of, I don't believe, of the city council here, because we have a problem with providing good housing and affordable housing for our residents. So I brought that information for
Yeah, I
you.
love
It's
that.
quite a bit, so I'll leave it here for you to look at. But I'm glad that Michael was able to break it down so you could see from an investor standpoint just what we're dealing with here, and to know that the goal, I believe, for all of us is to have a really good, vibrant city with nice properties that people want to come and rent. And Michael's one of our better landlords here that produces those kinds of properties. And, it's true. And, I think in looking at what we're trying to do as a city and increase our tax base, increase our revenue, the way to do that is to have good properties and to have them well-maintained. And, that way, everybody wins. It's a win-win for everyone. But I don't think we want to have a reduction in our number of units, or we want to have blighted properties because the landlords now do not have the extra profit or have that margin built in to keep their properties well-maintained. And to your point, I believe it was you had asked about security deposits, couldn't they put more up? The state really has jumped in and put a lot of new provisions in place for tenants that provide them with the assurance that they cannot be, misused or,
No. I asked, did you not offer the unit because you couldn't do the
okay,
two?
right, right. And maybe in the past, that could have been a consideration that could have been,
On the scales, if it's weighing the scales, that second month would have gotten them in. Yeah, without that, they don't, the criteria says no.
I have two more questions, and I know we have to move on. I would have liked to see 2023, so we kind of would have had a more visual of the raise over more than just the 2 years, and also how long had it been? I know you said you just raised their rent $25. Before then, when was it that you raised it?
I'd have to go back and look on that particular building, probably 2 or so years ago. Again, I typically, if I have a good tenant, I have no increase in expense, the rent stays consistent. And then if they move out, then I'll pick up additional rent there. So if they're in at 900 and they move out and I bring in a new tenant, then I'll move it up to a market rate of 975 type of thing. So that tenant that's there, as long as they're a good tenant and they're paying, I don't want them to go anywhere, so I'm not gonna price them out of the unit.
So they're case by case.
Absolutely.
With the multiple units, have you ever thought of maybe, like you got 7, maybe doing 2 that's capped, just so anybody, you can offer them if it's available? It's an idea.
Yeah, to be honest now, I mean, and just say, it's not just this 7 units. Between what I own and manage, I have about 70 residential units in the city limits. Plus I do commercial, which is a shopping center and a 32,000 square foot office building. So some of these things are business. I mean, I communicate with the tenants. We just had Maryland, again, something foolish, but it's still a cost. They now have a tax on paint, or a fee on paint that we have to pay for when we buy paint now. So this is it's just another expense that goes into our bottom line.
I think what we want to do is kind of, we're running out of time. If Terrence can go over kind of the trends in rent and what happens when the market's telling us the rents are going down, the caps are irrelevant, I think, at that point. And I won't get to the capital expenditure cost because of time. Terrence?
A couple of things I'd like to talk to you about today. One is just the existing situation of rental availability in Washington County. And then the second one, if it's something you desire, just how we arrive at rents for our units. Currently, there are 189 available rentals in Washington County as of today. Those range from a high of a 6-bedroom house to a studio. There are 11 4-bedroom and larger houses. Average rents are $2,592 with a high rent of $5,000 and a low rent of $1,775. There are 63 3-bedroom units with an average rent of $1,867 with a high rent of $3,100 and a low rent of $1,195. There are 52 2-bedroom units, average rent of $1,327, high rent of $1,925, and a low rent of $795. There are 49 1-bedroom units. Average rent is $1,081, with a high of $1,700 and a low of $795. And there are 4 studios. Average rent of $1,031 and high rent of $1,400, low of $875. We have a lot of rental properties available in the city and county at this point. Probably 2/3 of them are within the city. Does anybody have any questions about that?
I mean, I have a question, but I don't know that it's specific to that, maybe. So getting back to your point about, the number of owner occupied units in the city versus the number of rental, right? 21,000, 2/3 are rental. I am somewhat curious if there is a difference between the sort of like entire neighborhood, if you will, of new houses that are built. Let's take the one over off Burhans Boulevard, right? Where it's like 72 units, right? It's all townhouses, goes up over the hill down to Mitchell Avenue. Now, that property developer had a choice, either, I build these, I sell them, or I build these and I rent them out. And I believe they're all rentals at this point under one conglomerate entity. I'm just curious if they are a bit of a different animal than, what I would call sort of like the traditional apartment buildings and rentals in more of like city proper area, just in terms of how they operate. Because, and again, that was that decision of that developer, that builder, whatever. But, so we try and sort of encourage growth that encourages home ownership, especially that starter home level. But whether you take the development out of Pangbourne Boulevard, the one next to it, the one over there, it seems like it doesn't end up happening and doesn't end up generating that starter home atmosphere that Greater Hagerstown talks about, sort of like missing that middle, housing entity. And then I look at those and they're renting at literally about twice what I pay for a mortgage. And I guess I just look at that and go, okay, how do we, I don't see that the same as a lot of the ones that you're pointing out, which are truly, apartment or whole house, and there's no way really to sort of change that dynamic as it applies to that upward mobility of affordability of units within the community.
So those units, and I just looked at one yesterday, or at least one of them is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath unit. Actually, it's a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath unit. They're leasing it for $2,650.
Right.
They just dropped the price. They were at $2,900.
Yeah, I looked at 3 of them about
And
2
they
weeks
just
ago.
dropped. But they're selling that same unit because it says right in the listing that it's for sale at $375. So you can't get the loan is not available to be able to buy
Right.
that and pay only $2,650. So I get what you're saying, but the cost to build that building with sprinkler system, with all the, cost of materials and labor and everything, they're up there. I mean, and then we have to compete against them.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, you're showing me a sheet where you're saying, listen, this is becoming increasingly difficult to manage at an affordable level
Yep.
of these traditional style units that we're talking about. But you have entire builders building entire neighborhoods that are doing that in a very sort of hands-off, distant ownership way. And
My 3-bed, I don't have any 3-bedroom apartments, but, you also have, and it comes down to the market. I can't compete with brand new build. They have washer and dryer in the units. They have, the last building I did was up on Potomac that I built. I mean, I did everything but tear it down and rebuild it. And I put washer and dryers in it, hard, surface countertops, all those things. Heat pumps in each unit so they can, so they have central air. Our older units don't have that. And for us to be able to put those in, we can't bring our rents up because, we're competing against places that have that. So that's, this whole thing is market rate. It does itself, takes care of a lot of this. I know you have some that will call and say that they can't afford to change, but I can't afford to put central air in a 7-unit building. Matter of fact, at the state level, they did pass it.
Yeah, it's required now.
Yeah, that if I do any major renovations, I now have to put it in. Yeah, so that's Bill Nye talked on 7 units, 70,000, fair number.
And that's not window ACs, it's
Yeah.
actually put the central air.
Yeah, how do I recoup $70,000? So what we're just explaining are expenses that, and we have older housing stock. The majority of our housing stock within what you call the old city proper was built before 1962. We have lead paint to deal with, the registration for lead paint just jumped from $30 to $65. That's just a fee for each and every unit, just like each and every unit we pay the city $75 a year to look at. That's an expense. That's where, and I have there under permits and licensing. So those things keep going up. The new stuff doesn't have to worry about lead paint. They don't have to worry about, saying what's going to cost to put a washer and dryer in. Where am I going to put it? How am I going to get electric in there? How am I going to get sewage in there? Or, drains in there. So I put washer and dryers in my basements, point operated. They won't even pay for the additional water sewer fees. I have to do that just to be competitive, or try and be competitive.
I mean, if you look at the rehab paper there, just quickly here, if you look at slides 17 through 23, that was a complete rehab, gut down to the studs, everything, new infrastructure, plumbing, electrical, all permitted. The price tag on that is $90,000. How do you recoup that cost? Because that, and if you look at the before and after, you only had one little cabinet for the kitchen sink. How do you recoup that cost? So those are the things you got to think about. Again, it's a simple question, what's your goal? But I think it's more than just rent stabilization. Are you looking to get more rental stock in the city? Are you looking to increase home ownership? It depends what type of investor you're going to get in the city to address the problem. So it's a bigger question than rent stabilization. It's what your overall goal is. And it sounds simple, but it's not simple. And the F is in time. Go ahead.
No, as I say, Kristen, you were around years ago, we talked about increasing membership. But like these old duplexes that we have in the city, they're not designed to easily separate, because most of the, kitchens and bathrooms are in the inner walls, and we have to put firewalls from the basement floor to the roof, so all that has to be pulled out, redone, put back in, and now it makes the cost of home ownership much higher. So we understand this, and on the realtor side of me, yeah, absolutely, I'm fine with that, and let's do that. But how do we do it and make it, quantifiably affordable?
We'd like to sit down with you again to discuss this in
Two more
further.
things,
Yeah, go ahead.
Stay here for a second.
Okay.
We went over time before, stay here for a second. That's just 2 points. One, for those that's listening that do rent, to Nancy's point, I encourage communications on both sides. If when your rent is going up, ask why. Ask for a cost breakdown. Again, sometimes they tell us it goes up $1,000 and you still have a white refrigerator and a white stove. No, nothing against white refrigerator and white stoves, but I'm just saying. That's always, anyway. Ask why and communicate. Have the understanding instead of just, getting so irate that you go straight to the government body, say, you do something about it, right? We don't understand individual situations, but it's helpful for everyone to communicate, understand a common ground. Two, I think this topic is complicated. No one said it is simple, but again, we want to understand both sides of the aisle to the point that we did say at our last meeting when we kind of regrouped about, what we heard from the town hall, we need to continue the conversation in a work group manner, like we have our stakeholder meetings monthly, with both sides of the aisle, and come to the table to understand both sides and also come to some type of common ground. It can't happen right here in 15 minutes on a Tuesday at City Hall. The conversation has to continue. But I want to make sure that all voices are heard, because we hear it, And again, like I mentioned at our last meeting about this, there's tenants that are afraid to speak up. They were afraid to come to the town hall because of, possible retaliation or possible embarrassment that, they can't no longer afford their rent anymore. And I want to hear more for those people and continue getting emails from them and also hearing from the landlords too. But the conversation has to continue, and it's not going to be at this table on a Tuesday. So if you're welcome to joining a conversation, we'll get some people together.
We'd welcome
welcome.
that. Yes, we definitely welcome that.
Thank you.
And I think too, I think also in kind of closing here, we should look at our broader picture of how can we create more affordable housing and what can we do as a city council and a government body here to make it easier for these builders to come in and build these affordable homes. And Kristen mentioned the community off of Burhans Boulevard and Mitchell Avenue there. That developer was able to come in and do what he felt he needed to do to make it profitable for them. But I know there are other areas within the city limits where builders are trying to get affordable housing off the drawing board, and they've met with a lot of resistance with permitting and different types of things that delay projects. In the meantime, building costs go up and this goes up, and it gets harder and harder to produce that end result of the affordable housing. So I think if we could, as a government body, work with builders, try to make it easier process for them and a more affordable process for them to want to come and invest in Washington County and the city of Hagerstown, that would go a long way, because the market is going to dictate what the rents are. And that is what all of these studies will demonstrate. So we would love to be a part of any more additional conversations that you might have, and we'll leave a lot of information for you to study.
Thank you very much for
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, as long as it's quick.
I'm sorry, really, really quick. I'm Rebecca Robbins. I've been trying to get a meeting with you. But I just want to also open up one other thought that I definitely want you guys as a council member to take into consideration. Moving forward, I would like us to start working on, we're talking about affordability. So how about we work on all of these vacant boarded up properties in Hagerstown? How do you and we, the Landlord Association, get together, identify these properties, and turn them into houses again, turn them back into living property? We're so busy talking about the big developer. You have all of the small landlords here in Hagerstown, and these vacant properties that are boarded up, that's your affordability housing right there. If we can get those properties at a reasonable rate, renovate them, and put them back into the housing market, then our costs are down. Therefore, the rents can be more affordable. So that, I just want to leave that to you guys as a caveat. I personally feel that it's time for us to start addressing these vacant properties, boarded up properties. People are homeless, and there's properties here that we can get if we can get it at a reasonable rate, then it's affordable to renovate them. Then it's affordable to rent them at an affordable rate. We're overlooking the little landlords. And my last statement was that, I don't know, but I just wanted to get that out there. And I look forward to talking more. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next up is FY 2027 budget reviews. Got Nice Warner, Michelle Hepburn. No Michelle Hepburn?
Yeah, she's here.
Yeah, she's shaking her head no.
Oh, she's gonna have Brooke come
And
in.
Brooks, you guys only have 4 minutes to go over budget discussion now.
That's all Brooke wants, right? It's senior night. Michelle's child. so.
All right, so tonight we are here or I'm here to continue on FY '27 budget review, and tonight we're going to focus just on the general fund. So start in section 1, page 30. So these three charts that we're going to look at on 30, 31, and 32 are basically have the same format. It's FY '26 budget, estimated actual for FY '26, which is how we project the year to end, and then FY '27 budget. The first is revenues. So for FY '27, which we're going to focus on tonight, there's 75.6 million budgeted in revenues, with property tax revenue, of course, being the largest at 50.4 million. Some other notable lines here are charges for current services, has a decrease due to a decrease in refused collection fees. Licenses and permits has a jump of 27% due to anticipated building permit revenue. Interest on investments is up 27.8% due to high cash balances mostly. And appropriated use of fund balance. In FY '27, we project to use 3.8 million of fund balance, which we'll get to that a little bit later too.
And that goes back to the structural deficit, to have to use fund balance every year. We have got to really evaluate why we're doing that.
And just as a comparison, last year we had 4.1 million budgeted. We don't expect to use that. but yeah.
That's almost $8 million.
Say that again.
Structural deficit, when you have to use your saving, just think of it this way. If your checking account, you have to go into your savings every year to pay your bills, it's not a good thing. That's not necessarily to pay your bills, but that's how we're continuing to fund projects, is having to utilize fund balance.
And they can only be used for CIP projects.
Right.
All right. The next two pages are expenditures, which total 75.6 million in FY '27. These two are both expenditures just laid out in a different way. So the first on page 31 is by function or department maybe. Of course, public safety is at 35.8, which is 8% of the total budget. I'm sorry, not 8%, 8% increase since last year. With police at 22 million and fire at 13.8. Let's see. Also, IT is expected to be quite a bit higher at 29.6. This is due to Workday implementation plus the rising costs of just maintenance agreements. Support services has a big jump of 54.1%, and that's due to credit card processing fees that we're paying for Invoice Cloud, things like that. And highway, streets, and signal departments, 8.5% increase due mostly to inflationary type costs. The next page, page 32, again, 75.6 million. This breaks it out differently, general fund wide by type. So wages and benefits is always our largest type of expenditure at 45.8 million. The contracted services has a jump of 11.5. Again, this is kind of goes back to the Workday costs. Material supplies and utilities has a 12.5%. This is, utility cost seems to be the big factor here. And then back to that fund balance transfer, that's 3.8 million again. All right, so now we'll skip over to the general fund section, section 2. Page 1. This is pretty much what we just talked about, just in a higher, like more detail, I guess you could say. We'll look at the revenues. Again, 75.6 million. Next, we come down to expenditures, which are laid out in kind of a little bit of a different way by general government, public safety, highways and streets, waste collection and disposal, culture and recreation, and then further broken down by department. On the next page, page 2, about halfway down, you'll see total expenditures and transfers of 75.6 million. And then the next down, we see $211 surplus is projected for FY '27. our beginning fund balance of 26.2 million minus that 3.8 in fund balance that we expect to use leaves us with a $22.4 million ending fund balance that we project. And if you come down to the very bottom, you'll see this percentage of 31.4%, which is unassigned fund balance as a percent of operating budget less transfers. So that 31.4%, city policy is 17%. So it's still pretty healthy, but it has come down over the last few years, as you can see. Number of month expenditures is if revenues ceased right now, how many months could we continue to pay bills? We're at 3.8 months for FY '27.
You know,
Two-
when
2
when you
months
don't
is
think
the
you're ever going to use that is when COVID hits. And we had to really consider. Now, Michelle's not here, so we can all speak freely because we do that whenever she's not here. I'm kidding, by the way. But the fund balance has always been argued at times to be too high because it's so much over GASB requirements or what the guidelines are. But by the same token, when you have, just like the landlords were talking, when you have those emergency, unexpected things happen like a COVID, it's nice to have that buffer. But you cannot use this as your balancing tool every year because it will decrease at some point in time.
Somebody tell Bob
He's got my earpiece in.
He's at work right now, just fuming that I said.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's a, all right, page 3 is just a graphic chart of the statement previously. So now you can kind of see it in a different way with revenues at the top. Again, property taxes is the highest source of revenue. Down at the bottom are expenditures, public safety in the red, highest expenditures. And then page 4, again, another way to look at it, where does your money go? So these are all of the expenditures in the general fund, broken down by type. So you can kind of get an idea of where everything's going by percentage and dollar amount. Page 5 are revenues again, and then each page behind it is even further detail for each line. So each line on page 5 has its own corresponding page behind with additional detail, how those numbers were calculated. Property taxes at 50.4 million.
And the one comment made there at the end about affordable housing and the vacant structures. It's those types of structures that when they are assessed, and they're in a condition that a lot of these are when they're assessed, it drives the assessed value down for that property. We are going to be working over the summer, as I said last week, to develop ways that we can utilize some of the money that and go beyond the tax sale properties, but look at those properties that are vacant, owners are absent, even though they may, taxes and whatnot still be paid. We need to find ways to get some of these boarded up structures back into productive use. And it's going to take more than just trying to glean them off of a tax sale. We're going to have to come up with a strategy to present to you all to acquire some of those buildings and get them moving, because it is holding the assessed value down, which at this point in time is the key to how we get our revenue through property taxes. Go ahead.
Okay. Page 8 goes over income and other taxes. This is where we have income tax, emissions and amusement tax, cannabis tax, hotel motel, things like that, highway user.
And the legislature did pass, and the governor signed, or is signing today, I think, the task force to study additional ways for municipalities to generate revenue and not rely so much on personal and real property taxes. So hopefully, this list here at the top of page 8 will grow exponentially, if not by description names, but by the amounts that were provided. And we should have hopefully a pretty good voice on that task force over the next 9 months to be able to state how much municipalities do need that additional avenue to get revenue and not always put it on the back of the property.
Page 9, licenses and permits. Some of the larger revenue sources here are residential rental licenses and building permits. Page 10, intergovernmental revenues. Only ones proposed in FY '27 historically, compared to historically, would be the school resource officers and some reimbursable DEA NTF overtime grants. 747,000 there. Page 11, charges for current services. It's 5.6 million here. This is mostly trash collection, swimming pool, some community engagement events. Page 12, fines and forfeitures, 1.1 million. A couple of the larger ones here are the red light and speed camera fines. And then unallocated general revenues on page 13. This is mostly interest, rental income, things of that nature. And then finally, transfers from other funds. And then last are expenditures. I'm not going to go through every single one, but they're listed by department here. I use fire as an example. I'll use police. So on page 52 of section 2, this is just the general format. This is probably one of the larger sections though. There's a department summary, department objectives. On page 55, you have some performance indicators, and this is the general format for all departments these performance indicators are typically not revenue-based. And then an expenditure revenue summary, budget highlights and significant changes from FY '26 adopted to estimated actual, and then FY '26 to FY '27 budget, so some major changes there. Police has an expenditures by program, so breaks it out by each one of their works or like their individual departments. And then a staffing summary and some like history on expenditures. That's all I have tonight. Is there anything anybody wants to look at specifically?
I do.
Sure.
On section 2, page 8.
Which one?
Section 2, page 8, the cannabis sales tax.
Yeah.
So in 2020, last year we got $50,000. And we proposed another $50,000.
Yeah.
This tax, is this the one coming from the county?
Yes.
And do you know how that's determined on how
There is a
much?
calculation that comes from the state, and I can forward you the information that I have on that. But let me see here. As of right now, we have for FY '26, we have $27,923. We do expect that to, get more quarterly monies in to get that back up, but yeah,
Yeah, I would love to know how that's determined.
yeah.
And I just
I think
seen
it's
a
pretty sure
post
it's-
from the comptroller's office about
That may
all
be
the
worth
money that
coming in
received
for
in.
Yeah.
For a completely separate work
I
session.
don't want to say
Yeah.
something wrong, but I think
Okay.
it is a calculation from the state that's forwarded to the county, and then the county disperses it.
Right.
Yeah, because
Because
Councilor
it's-
posted there was so much money that we received from cannabis today that I want to understand how that breaks down to
It's not to
how
the
that
level
would
that,
impact us.
it's not to the level that was hoped. Because I think you're gonna find the state in the budget position they're in, holding back.
Yeah, I would like to hear more about that.
Yep, we'll do that in May. We'll set that up early May. Before you, just so you know.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first isn't a question. So the first item is getting, just speaking to the point of, on page 3, if you go to the revenue side, you see fines and forfeitures about $1 million. So I'm assuming that that is somewhat associated with the vacant and delinquent properties that we deal with.
I think, fine, I don't think that's where I think that's up in licenses and permits.
And
I think fines and forfeitures would be a result of of violations.
I guess that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
at some
yeah.
point, like if you're going to look at that long term and you're going to find a way to make it more palatable to the public, is some type of assessment that says we have X number of properties, and there is no doubt in my mind that 60% of those X number of properties are probably the same properties over and over that we apply these fines and violations to. And at some point you have to say, okay, we're expending X number, because somewhere on this expense side, right, has got to be the expense for that. And then
Right.
somewhere on the revenue side is what we may get in for some of those that some may pay to keep from having their property go to sale.
Right.
And at some point, you got to say, okay, public, if we can gain ownership of some percentage of these properties annually, then we remove the carrying cost of those violations. We remove the maintenance obligations to some of those properties. And as you remove those that are the most repetitive, then you place them back into the hands of the private market. You know what I mean? And you remove the obligation. There's got to be an equation that says, if we can remove 30% of those that are repeat properties, we can gain, you know, an immediate exchange in positive tax flow that we're otherwise either waiting for on an annual basis and carrying or not getting at all, because it's just in this sort of vicious cycle.
Right, because short of free money, grant money or whatever, that's the only way we're able to do that.
Right.
The only way is
So-
to be able to basically make it like a revolving,
Right. So all I'm saying is,
Right.
if you told me, and I've said this so many times, if you told me that I could invest $300,000 and I could get 10 of those properties in a single year that are in that delinquent cycle, and we're the ones carrying those delinquencies, right?
delinquencies of what?
Well, taxes, fines,
Fine.
violations,
Okay.
having to go
Yep.
maintain the property. All of those things we carry. And if I can invest that one-time cost in saying, listen, Mr. Smith, it's obvious you don't want this place. You know what I mean? Here's X number of dollars, you know, thank you for nothing. You know, take that and be rid of it. Then we rid ourselves of that obligation and we can return that to positive cash flow. If you sat down and did that equation, I guarantee you that given the high percentage of those that are year in and year out repeaters, you're going to sort of like be able to buy yourself out of that obligation in a way that is much better than showing this nominal amount on fines and forfeitures every year. Because I guarantee you're not showing what we're losing.
No,
You're just showing the
what's
fraction,
being, right,
the fraction that you're actually being able to collect.
But the problem we have with that scenario is finding Mr. Smith. If you can find Mr. Smith and you can make that offer to them and convince them to sell that property, that's why you've got to have some sort of a hammer behind it.
The way that I read it, and maybe it works differently, on that private market, and maybe we have to have a private partner or some type of community development corporation that does it. With all due respect to Mike Fitzgerald, if he was able to find and go through that process to secure the Y, which, I read all those documents,
Right.
pretty much what he did, there's got to be a way that we can establish and engage in that similar
Yep.
process and do it on a scale that says, we're going to send out X notices, we're going to start this process for these,
Yep.
amount of properties and go through that and accept that there's going to be some cost
Yep.
of business of doing that. But at the end of the day, you're accomplishing a positive by making that investment. And, maybe like, you remember the old Key Market, right? Key Market was in West End, it burned
Yep.
down. Couldn't find the property owner. We finally got to him. They said, sure, right, we'll take 40,000. I think that was the number. I could be wrong. And, got that person out from under it. They weren't a room around here and we had turned it into a park. That's just sort of one example of, that was an immediate change to the character of that neighborhood.
Yep.
And, having to deal with looking at Mr. Dyke, having to deal with, going and cleaning up the trash and grabbing the mattresses that people dumped and all of that stuff that goes along with that, on sort of this repetitive basis.
We're coming back in summer.
I just think that address that. The second question I have is on page 7, and I guess maybe I didn't read it somewhere, but the payment in lieu of tax, where it says 1.7 actual, then it jumps up to 2.8 budget, 2.8 actual, and then 2.8. I'm just curious, the jump up in $1 million from last year to,
From 25
Yeah.
to 26.
because that's a huge jump for the pilot.
Yeah,
I'm
I might
just-
have to research that and get back to you on that.
Yeah, it's
one.
not in the verbiage.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I'll find that out.
Any other questions for Brooke? Anything?
No, all good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And during next week is going to be, we'll continue with general fund, and she's got the list on the packet material. If in the meantime, between now and then, you have any questions, just let me know. And I'll either get back to you in an email, but every time you do that, I want to make sure the public has an opportunity to hear the answer. So we would do almost like a comments kind of thing, to where we will just restate at the beginning of the meeting what those questions were and how they were answered. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, next up is Envy. You guys want to, don't get mad at me, Harry. I know I told you a lot earlier. but-
Hello.
Situate here. Okay. This is over. Okay. This is just-
Oh, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Seema Gajwani, Mayor, council members. I'm the executive director of an initiative called Safer, Stronger Together, which is a state collaborative initiative between 3 state agencies. We were asked to come and speak with you all here today because both we and it sounds like you are at kind of a pivotal point with a couple of initiatives at a crossroads. Our initiative, Safer, Stronger Together, we call it SST, was envisioned as a 2-year initiative in a set of sites across the state of Maryland. So we've been working in Hagerstown now for 2 years. We're coming towards the end of our time here. And I understand that the city is interested also in reinvigorating the ENVY program. And I think we were brought to speak to you all today because the goals, my understanding of the goals of ENVY were about reducing youth crime and bringing together stakeholders and key critical players who serve youth and serve communities together to address that goal. Similarly, Safer Stronger Together is a public safety initiative focused on youth and young adults and reducing crime by bringing together stakeholders. So we wanted to let you know what we've been doing over the last couple of years and to offer, some of the learnings that we have come to in our work, and also to offer the infrastructure that we've built and support that we can provide as you reinvigorate and think through how ENVY will work over the future. So we have actually a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that we've brought to explain, what this initiative is and what we've done. So we can maybe quickly go through that and then come back with answer any questions that you have or make some suggestions to you about what we think we might be able to offer to support you all. Okay.
Right. Seema, thank you. To the mayor, to the city council, good afternoon. My name is Harry Spikes. I serve as the director for Safer Stronger Together in the Department of Human Services, and it's my honor to present to you all today. We went ahead and did a PowerPoint for you all, so you all could just feel free to follow us. As Seema shared, this is across agency collaboration. And as you know, one of Governor Moore's intents is to see how we can have government and also make sure the initiative that organizations come together and work together collaboratively. What I want to share with you is a story before you see this. So just look at that for a second. So imagine, and this is literally what happened. The governor had his first cabinet meeting. And when he had his cabinet meeting, 3 secretaries left the meeting and went and got coffee. And when they went and got coffee, those secretaries were the then Honorable Secretary Vinny Giraldi from DJS, Secretary then Rafael Lopez from Department of Human Services, and currently Secretary Caroline Scruggs from the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. They all went out and got coffee, and they literally said, we are probably serving the same families. We need to do something collaboratively to work together so we don't have families going from one organization or one agency all over the place. So originally, it was originally called Community Investment, but of course they wanted a cooler name. And so that name is called Safer Stronger Together. And what you see here, the agency leaders actually got their data directors to come together. And when you see those red dots are very important. Those red dots indicate that we have families in Maryland that literally are getting services from all 3 agencies. And when you see that number, we have over 2,148 families. But you can imagine one family might have 30 or 40 members in it. And those family members could be just as involved. They could be dealing with crime and other issues. And so the goal was, how do we effectively as a team come together and create a program that helps families? What I want to share with you is the biggest challenge for us in the beginning was identifying places. Where do we go to do this pilot program? I want to share with you a slide that we're very proud of. Safer Stronger Together, we're located now in 4 sites. Our newest site is Prince George's County, but believe it or not, our first site was Hagerstown. And why do I say that to you? Hagerstown was unique because unlike all of the other locations that we had, we noticed that you all had similar crime challenges that places like Baltimore and Prince George's County had. You also had issues with housing and of course food insecurity and also violence. But one thing that attracted us, you all had correctional facilities here. And what could we do as a team to come and help? I want to share this with you. Our goal for Safer Strong Together is only to do 3 things: to invest in community. Typically, government in the past would say, hey, here we are, community, you do this. That's not what we do. We come in and say, we have an opportunity to invest in your community Community, what do you want us to do? What works best in your zip code? What are the things that you see? When you see the word collaboration, we have done some amazing things. Because we have all three agencies working together, we literally once a month have meetings with our team that are called implementation team meetings. And those implementation teams comprise 3 leaders from each agency once a month. But finally, the most important, how do we change the thinking? How do we re-engineer how government serves the highest needs multi-system families?
Can I take it?
Yep.
Okay, I'll take care. So there are 4 strategies that we came up with that we are executing in each one of our sites. And these are the 4 strategies we've also been doing in Hagerstown. The first thing that we did, as Harry mentioned, the secretaries are really focused on the work that we do in a locality to be community driven. And so the first thing we did was we built a community action board in each of our sites and have them come, they get together for 2 years. They've been getting together monthly in person, and they have helped guide the rest of the program. The second thing that we do is we have our CAB, the Community Action Board, help us identify grassroots nonprofit groups to serve youth and young adults between the ages of 13 and 25. 13 and 25 is the range of the age range with the highest recidivism rates. The idea here was we said to the Community Action Board, what does safety look like to you? And where are gaps in safety in your communities? And what gaps can we fill with funding? And so they helped build an RFP to put out, and we had nonprofit organizations respond to that RFP, and they actually scored the applications and selected the groups to be funded. The third strategy in this initiative is to, the last 2 strategies are both a little bit inward facing for the agencies, but the third strategy is to rethink how we serve the highest needs multi-system involved families. What we found when we look at the families that are in a cycle over generations of systems involvement, criminal involvement, and need is that whatever we're doing as agencies, it's not really working to break those cycles. And so we kind of came up with what would we want to do if we took away all the bureaucracy and kind of thought of what to do from scratch. And what we came up with was to hire somebody who's a family navigator to serve as an advocate for a set of those families and to help those families liaison not only with the 3 governmental agencies, 2 of which are typically involved in their families' lives, but also with the community and help them address crises in their families, solve stress points, and hopefully progress into a healthy place. So we have a family navigator that we hired in Hagerstown who's been working for the last 1.5 years with a set of these families. And the last strategy is, like Harry mentioned, every month we bring together leadership, regional leadership of all 3 of our agencies, DHS, DPSCS, and DJS. And together we brainstorm ways that these agencies can serve our shared families together better. So I'll really quickly touch on some of those strategies. The first one is the Community Action Board. Like I said, I think the most important thing here is that these are individuals who are directly impacted by crime, right? These are folks who live in the zip code that was identified because that zip code represented a place with the highest concentrations of multi-system involved families, but also the zip code represented a place with high rates of violent crime, juvenile arrests, individuals re-entering the community, and mortality and poverty issues. In each of these sites, our CAB looks a little bit different, the number of people. We have some representatives from our CABs who are here today. And yeah, they've been working really hard for us for the last 2 years. The second thing I wanted to say about the grantees was that, well, like I mentioned, they all focused on slightly different areas of funding. each site really brainstormed what they thought was the most important place to invest resources. And in Hagerstown, they were really focused on wraparound services for families. And parenting, I think, was another issue that they were really focused on, and then programs for at-risk youth. And in Hagerstown, the CAB invested almost $600,000. These are the 5 grantees that were selected by our CAB, and they represent in many ways kind of a spectrum of services for specifically directed towards a population of youth and young adults who are at risk. So Fathers Forward is an incredible parenting organization. We have wraparound services organizations that provide mental health services. Big Brothers and Big Sisters was funded specifically for a program that has youth at the local high school who are struggling build their capacity, confidence, and leadership to be able to mentor middle school students at the feeder middle school, which benefits both populations. And Volt Academy is an organization that provides technological education and workforce development for individuals in AWS and game design and other programs. And I want to just emphasize before I move on about these grantees that one thing that makes them especially effective is that they are very closely connected to the communities that they serve. And as a result, what we hear from the agencies who we meet with every month is oftentimes that when their young people from DJS or DPSCS or DHS are connected with these grantees, they see changes in those young people's trajectories. For instance, we have representatives from our implementation team here today as well, and we've heard from DJS that when the executive director of Fathers Forward works with one of their young boys, they see changes that they haven't seen before. They have young, now Fathers Forward works with young men who are fathers, but also works with young men who were raised without fathers, and does really great mentoring with them. And, at DJS, we have a case supervisor who said that there are some boys that they work with who refuse to do anything unless it's with Eugene, because they've built such a strong trust with him, and that they've seen like real shifts in how these boys perform and how they succeed when they're hooked up with Fathers Forward. We heard a great story from Eugene about the fact that he was coming and taking out one of the young men for, lunch every so often and mentoring him and talking to him. And at some point, he helped him get a job, and the young man got this job. And the next time they went out for food, he insisted that he would pay for Eugene, that he wanted to pay. And he looked like he had put on weight, and Eugene asked him, like, why have you put on weight? And he said, because I'm sober now. And so it just shows, I think, how when somebody really cares about you, and when this young boy could see in Eugene somebody who looked like him, somebody who had experienced things like he had, he was able to build kind of a connection and trust. And that's what I think was really valuable about the grantees that our CAB chose, is that they're people who are connected to the community and therefore can be more effective when working with young people.
We wanted to take a moment and dive into our target population. And as Seema shared with you before, our target population is 13 to 25, because the data shows us that as it relates to crime, different type of insecurities related to housing and jobs, et cetera, and incarceration, that is the group that is in a most vulnerable position. And so we want to really just show you this graph to just give you just an idea of just our percentages across, of course, the entire 4 jurisdictions that we operate. As you can tell with Baltimore, we have a large percentage of population there of grantee youth enrollment. Of course, Hagerstown is with us there in the green, and Salisbury is 117, is 117 with Salisbury. So that's our total right there. But we wanted to make sure that we just gave you some numbers of grantee youth enrollment that we have with a lot of the programming that we're doing. Also want to share with you, this initiative could not work as great as it could had we not had grantee referrals from all three agencies. There is no way that our grantees would have nearly as been successful as they have. So we want to give a huge thank you to DHS, DPSCS, and DJS for really making sure that they refer. And we mean by that, when Seema shared with you, Eugene, and his organization that he has where he helps out and mentors young men, he's literally getting referrals from DJS. And personally, I've actually sat in on sessions with him to see how he interacts with young men, and it is amazing. But he credits the agencies for giving him that opportunity to receive the young men. And as Seema said, the change is magnetic. And so wanted to share this with you as well, because we really are pushing how we have collaborated with agencies. There's no one in this group who's trying to be the number one agency. This is everybody on deck, everyone working together in one goal, which is to help all those who are justice involved. And how can we reduce crime? So want to lift that up to you. Let me go to next slide. I'll pass this.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah, I won't spend too much time talking about the Family Navigator role, but the Family Navigator has been working with individuals in Hagerstown, and in particular with individuals who have families that are touching two or more of our systems. And we've seen, great work from EJ, who's our Family Navigator. And this is we're at the end here, so this is just a slide that talks about what Harry mentioned, which is that when we bring together all three agencies, we're not only building more connections and abilities for the agencies to reach out to each other, where they have somebody in common, where they want to collaborate around events or resource fairs, but we're also trying to brainstorm ways to do better in serving populations together. And in Hagerstown, one of the great examples is DHS, which is, the agency that provides all of the benefits, SNAP, TANF benefits, also foster care and child welfare across the state with DPSCS. And historically, they hadn't been closely connected, but now we have DHS staff who are going into the facilities 60 days, meeting with individuals who are going to be released in the next 60 days to make sure that those individuals are really set up to access benefits immediately upon release, knowing, of course, that when somebody is released from a facility, that initial 60 days is typically the time period of the highest risk of re-involvement in crime or going back to substance abuse. And so having them have the kind of a bit of a safety net with benefits is critically important to the success, but that wasn't coordinated historically. One other thing that happened over the course of the time we've spent together month after month working is we found that actually, there is another population of individuals who are reentering the community in Hagerstown that are actually not coming from the prison facilities, it's from the jails. And so as a result, we invited the local sheriff and the reentry resource, the Evening Reporting Center, I believe it was, to come to our meetings. And out of that, those conversations over the course of several weeks, now DHS is working with the local jail to make sure that individuals who are being released from jail are also able to access those kind of critical benefits and services before they are released and go home to their communities.
No, finally, we just want to say thank you. Got to put a thank you slide up. Part of the reason I share this with you is because Hagerstown was our first site. We often say on our team that Hagerstown led the way. Had we not received the leadership from you all, had we not received the great opportunities that these CAB members gave to us, had we not received and had conversations with some of the community leaders, of which some became our CAB members, I don't know how we would have been as successful as we are in Prince George's County, in Salisbury, Maryland, and in Baltimore City. So it started with Hagerstown, and we're going to continue. And with that, I want to say thank you. Seema?
I just want to wrap up and just suggest that there are a couple of things that we might be able to offer in terms of support or guidance as you move forward and build out Envy once again in kind of a new formulated way. One thing is that we've had, like Harry mentioned, great success having an advisory board of community members to help us as we've done the work. And I'm sure from our CAB, there would be members who would be interested if you were to build an advisory board for
Envy, one of the critical things that they do is not only did they help identify where grants went, but then they did oversight over our grantees, which is something that state agencies and government typically doesn't do a good job of, monitoring vendors and contracts. But when you have community members who are really, they've got skin in the game when it comes to the people who are providing services to their neighbors and to their children, having them provide that oversight and also support was really valuable. And that's something we learned in this initiative. Another thing, as I mentioned, having our community members our grassroots groups be connected to the community has been just really beautiful to see the value of it. We have a woman, Marilyn Jones, who runs Pebblestone, one of our grantees, and she was called in to help mentor and provide wraparound services to a young woman. And what she found was the young woman had a child in the justice system, but she was, had a lot of conflict with her mother who she was living with. And then there was this ex-boyfriend. And Marilyn was like, oh no, I think it was Jordan Jones from the Family Affair. She said, Jordan's here. She said, well, what I realized was I was going to need to not only mentor this young woman, but I was going to have to talk with the mother and the boyfriend and the family member. And then I was going to have to bring them all together and do some conflict resolution. And so that's the kind of level of going above and beyond that community members who deeply care about the work and are really connected with their community can do. And this is the organization that Jordan runs. And I think you don't always get that. We do hear from agency folks and others that sometimes when young people who are justice involved are given programs, they feel like, yeah, we keep getting these programs, but those people don't care about us. And that will impact the effectiveness of the programming. And so the point I wanted to make is just the value of having grassroots organizations that are local and connected to the community. And finally, the last thing I would say is, how our CAB functions, they were a grant-making arm. They were the ones who distributed money from the state to these grassroots groups and then provided oversight for those groups. If Envy were the administrator of Envy, were to have the kind of capacity to give out grants, that could be really valuable. I was just meeting with the secretary of DJS, Secretary Tolentino, and I mentioned that I was going to be coming before you all and speaking, and she suggested that state procurement is so cumbersome and difficult that it's hard for DJS to form contracts with these grantees directly. But if there were an entity that she could give a grant to that would then distribute the funds, that's something that's way easier for her to do. And so she wanted you to know that. I think that there perhaps could be other philanthropic ways to invest in the community through something like Envy. And so keeping in mind that that grant-making function might be one that could serve Envy and the community well is something that we've experienced, and we're happy to provide support or TA on.
Joe, do you want to add anything to this?
Hey, how you doing? So I know we were having this conversation again, and it was brought up, and I developed a job description. I'm not going to supply that to you today, but I did a salary justification program initiative that I could give you guys. It kind of just outlines what Envy could look like. And before Danielle Staley, who's in the back here, before she took a job with DJS, we developed a strategic plan back in 2023 for Envy. So we've got the footprint already built, a pretty robust strategic plan that we developed. Covers everything to the accountability factor that you guys talked about, from the funding to the metrics of measure to success. And just like these people have just talked to you about, it's a collaboration. So it's having the Envy coordinator working solely on this project. And that was what I told you about. We talked about the other position as well. It can't be somebody who's doing two things. They've got to be able to focus on this. It's a lot of work, as you guys know, rallying the community partners and keeping them focused on what they want to do and making sure we're not duplicating services and doing those other things, but also providing opportunity to those young people that are, I don't like to use the word at risk because I don't believe that's the proper term, but those that are potential to migrate into being involved in violence or being a victim of violence, but having those situations come to them, having some outlet for them. And we did a basketball league the first year we did 2 years ago. It was very successful, all driven by school counselors provided the names of the children. It was a co-ed league, so it was boys and girls. And it was all middle school kids. And it was for those kids that families can't afford to pay for traveling basketball or any kind of sports because it costs money to do that now. Play Little League costs money. A lot of the families don't have that. So we developed the basketball league that it was a no-cost basketball league for these kids. We supplied all the gear, and the outcome of what we found with that wasn't just what we thought, which was the kids would be doing better in school and those things, but it was the parent involvement. We were filling the seats in the stands from families showing up to watch their kids play basketball because they've never had that experience before. And that was very heartwarming to see. And we saw, and we got, at least some data back from the schools that the kids were coming to school more, they were doing better in school, there was less involvement with disciplinary issues with them in school because they had something to look forward to by doing that. We also linked that to the basketball league was also linked to practice time involved tutoring so that they got their schoolwork done. So it wasn't just showing up and playing basketball. There was some accountability there to try to teach the kids, to take that school seriously and to get their grades and do those things. So there's a lot of opportunities. And that was just a basketball league. There's opportunities for all different kinds of activities that can be done. We've got the Fellowship of Christian Athletes that are doing the flag football league down at Wheaton Park. That's a partnership that could happen. That's not something that Envy has to run. Envy is a concept. It's not a program in the sense that it's developed like that. It's a concept of making sure that we're addressing those families, those kids that are potentially going to be involved in violence. So there's principles that go along with that. When we focus on families, or the idea of focusing on families as Envy would be, you have siblings, 2 or 3 siblings in a household, very small, up to maybe teenage. Maybe the teenager's the one that's been in trouble. And they're coming out of the system. They're coming back into the community. So they'd be a reentry focused child. But then you have another child that's just below them that might just start having problems in school. They're having disciplinary issues. They're not really committing crimes yet, but they're doing these things that are leading that way. That'd be an intervention child. And you take a different strategy with that child. Then you have the preventive child at the bottom end that hasn't done anything yet because they're too small. So to break the cycle of that within that family, you got to address all those 3 children and the family itself as a whole. And that's getting all those community partners involved. That's a heavy lift and a heavy task, even just for one person, but that person has to be somebody who can focus on that and coordinate that. And when we were working on developing this back then, a lot of energy from the community wanting to be involved, a lot of the different organizations wanting to do something with this and be part of it. We just couldn't get that sole person to kind of put that focus on it. So we faltered and it kind of fell off, but the energy, the desire is still there from the community. So we've got a footprint in a good place to start if you guys decide you want to go down that path. And that would be, where we would work with Safer Stronger together, and all the other programs that are running in the community would be how that would run. This is developed from a program out of Santa Rosa, California, and it's a nonprofit organization that they run out there. They do it a little differently, but it's also tax funded by the county of Santa Rosa County. They did a 1/4% tax to fund that program. I'm not asking for that. I'm just designing what they did out there. And the uniqueness with us is that it'd be working somewhat out of the police department. Out there, they don't have that. Part of the police department is just a partner, a peripheral partner. But because of what we do in the police department and our involvement, what we try to do with these programs, right now it's the best fit, we think, for us. We think we have good trust in our community that, that it doesn't hamper us to be able to use that program to at least run out here. But this program would run with all the city departments. It wouldn't just be with the police department. There would be parks involvement and other departments that would be involved with that. So that's where we are.
Yeah, I think with the Board of Education still maintaining that strong relationship with them, Tim Mara was, and still is, I guess, would be willing to work with Envy, but the person that has Tim Mara's job, I happen to know very well, and it's my daughter. So I can spread some influence a little bit there on her, because I know this is something that's close to her, and the new principal that's going into Antietam Academy is also a very strong advocate of these types of programs. So it was part of your goals for this administration, and this budget does allow us, was a priority for this budget to make sure that we were able to at least plant the seeds to get this going again, because as you all know, one of the biggest issues we have is, and I don't want to call it youth violence, it's just giving youth opportunities and providing them more expectations of what they can, of what they are able to do. And it goes beyond keeping them out of trouble. It's getting them educated, social skills, making them, giving them self-worth that they might otherwise not have. And I think that's what we need to do. And the goal would be, I think, if we could get this started in a department like the police department and be able to grow this to a point where we could push them out of the nest and let them fly, that would be the ultimate, I think that would be an ultimate legacy for this body to be able to look back on, and how much better this community could be if we were able to do that.
I'm still very much in favor of moving forward with this program. And I thank you for putting the justification together. I've seen the impact. A lot of us here, council members, we work with the youth. We have our own nonprofits, and we see the need here. And it's encouraging that the state realized that too. And the person or the group, however way we make it work, would definitely use your information, especially the infrastructure, and the data. We're data-driven people. Chief knows that. So it'll be helpful to put all that together and definitely move forward with the program.
I think having that one person focused on this is probably what's going to be the catalyst to keep it all together. So we don't have to rely on volunteers that have other jobs, very important jobs that they have to do. We can get that focus in, that somebody that can grow this and create the collaboration that we can then move it out. I think that's going to be a big key into getting this to work.
Now, Scott, how would we officially move forward?
We've got a job description. Joey's working on a job description.
Okay.
We would bring that up as a position. We would find that position fill here, and we would bring it to you all, and then we would start with creating the program with that person.
Perfect. Yeah. And Mrs. Jones, I've been waiting for email from you so you can come to this table. I mentioned it last week. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So just another important factor, we talk about youth violence and youth crime, but this program and what they're doing here as well impacts things like teenage pregnancy, and there's other things that go along with putting pressures on families that then cause the criminal activity to then be done because of survival methods. So there's a lot of crossover, and we have a lot of great community partners that are doing a lot of good work individually, but being able to focus and build a program where you can identify children and families that need that special care and work through that and measure that. That's the goal, is measuring your success. So Santa Rosa did it. They knew how to take some measures and look at that. We've just copied that. Plagiarism is always the best thing when people are doing really good work. So we're all about doing that. So Danielle and I worked on that very hard to develop what what items we thought were the most key factors for us to look at in terms of measuring success. And so we've got that in this draft of a strategic plan. So we're well on our way to hand this off to someone that if we can get them hired, that they've got a good starting point. They don't have to build it from the ground up, so to speak. They've got at least a blueprint to work off of.
That's great.
And I just kind of have a quick comment, more like an idea. It would be kind of nice to maybe see a youth maybe in the leadership role, kind of like a shadower, whether it was through the advisory board or through one of the 12 cabs, or even with this new position.
And I've written in there an advisory board would be, a community advisory board would be part of the person.
Right, so you would have like,
Within the- yeah.
maybe someone who's interested in focusing on social services, they're like 18, 19 years old. And that way, you know, the youth can also see that as like, wow, I could see myself doing that in the future. I think.
If I may, because you gave me a great opportunity here, so I would say, for our cab, we are honored. One of our youth is actually here in the hall today.
Really?
One of our cabinet.
One of our cab members, you right? Her name is Gabby. Raise your hand, Gabby.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I have no clue. I know who Gabby is.
And,
Gabby.
and literally, right? Clap it up. That's right.
Into existence just now.
And then thank you for the question. Part of the reason why I'm raising that is because Gabby was part of our decision-making in the cab. So she's just not sitting there and observing.
Okay.
She's giving decisions and guiding us in conversation. There's been some things that Gabby has said that have turned our head around because she's speaking from the youth perspective.
Right.
So however you all want to design Envy, keep in mind some of the models that SST already created. As Seema and I have said here, we are here to assist. Whatever you'd like to use from us, by all means, reach out. Because your question is a perfect example of how we did that for 2 years and it's working.
Thank you.
Also, shout out to Gabby's lovely mother, Karen Hayes, who's here.
This is great.
So I can take the job description right now and I can get with
Yep.
Dawn and have him
Yep.
start grading it, figure out where we are, if we want to move forward.
Yep.
Then we can get it posted.
Yep.
And start working on it. Okay. Budget wise, I just need to talk to you about where that money's gonna come from.
We'll figure it out.
Right on time.
And also, you know, you can't, we'd be remiss not to, you know, give shout outs to, you know, Addie Nardi, Councilmember McIntyre for getting this started.
Danielle Staley,
I'm
Danielle
just-
Staley is a big part of that.
Yeah, it just, we were just never able to budget the position and now it's a priority that we're gonna be able to do that and keep their original momentum alive to move forward.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
for
it.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Locomotive 202, Memorandum of Understanding, Hub City Chapter. Dyke.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So as we all know, some time ago, we talked about the 202 Western Maryland Railroad came in, a donation to them. They were going to fully restore the train. That didn't quite pan out. And so a local group was formed. It was the Hub City Chapter, National Railway Historic Society Incorporated. And they came to us presenting an MOU, memorandum of understanding, a contract to restore Locomotive 202 in its place. Go there. The restoration in this case would be cosmetic only. The train would not be running again. They wouldn't be working on mechanical systems, that sort of thing. For the most part, this restoration they propose is to clean up the train and paint it and restore the lettering, that sort of stuff. They have a 5-year plan, an outline. Basically, year one would be baseline photographs, condition mapping, approved cleaning safety plan, launch a fundraising program, sponsorship initiatives, that sort of thing. Year two is when they'd really jump into the cleaning and restoration, or stabilization, I should say, painting and coating. Year 3 is a focus on the wheels, lettering, visual identification. Year 4 is completing the wheels, unifying the overall finish. And then year 5 is, again, finishing the details and then presenting a long-term maintenance cycle. Their proposal is to raise the funding through sponsorships and other ways. Financially, I think there'd be very little expenses on the city side. We would be assisting where we could, but financially, I don't think there's much on our end of it. And that's pretty much it. That's what they're asking for, is the opportunity to restore the train. So at some point, it looks much better, and if there's a long-term care for the appearance of the train over time.
I mean, I think I like the idea overall. It's a great start. As you mentioned, it's not a big expense on the city side. It's more, so they're going to be doing their own fundraising.
Correct. And they manage their own fundraising. It's not like they're raising money for the city.
Right.
They will do it all.
And we remain owners of the.
That's correct.
locomotive.
Yep, the train will remain at City Park. Whatever they do to the train will become the property of the city, which is mainly paint, lettering, that sort of thing.
I'm fine with it, though.
Well, this is one group that has put, they showed up many times. And they actually are putting some action into the word, so I commend them for that, for sure. We don't see that often. So, shout out to the Hub City Chapter National Railroad Historical Society, Inc.
Yeah, the HCCNRHS. Any questions?
What occurs if at any point in this 5-year period, whatever efforts are made don't proceed?
In what way? They get the train halfway painted and it ends? That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, I will tell you, I realize what it says on this paper, that we're the owners, and I get it, it's in our park, and, we have cared for it for the duration that it's been in our, I guess, custody. But I mean, everything I read says that's what we were to be, was the caretakers of this property.
Correct.
I don't see anywhere where we ever accepted it, meaning like it's ours in fee simple. When you go back to the original dedication, I mean, it was dedicated from the railroad to the public.
Yeah.
Not the railroad to the city of Hagerstown. So I feel like what we're doing really is sort of subletting our responsibility to a group who has volunteered to do it. That's why I'm just curious if they get sort of 3 years into this process, if we go back to doing what we've been doing with it.
Well, the city over time built a structure over it to
did.
help preserve it. As you know, John Long worked on it for many, many years. The city really doesn't have anybody on staff that's a restoration expert. A lot of the paint on the train itself is in poor repair.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whatever work they do would make it worse.
Yeah.
I think the plan would be, we haven't talked in detail about it, but I would imagine the plan they would submit, we'd want to do it in sections or pieces. Maybe the cab gets done first. So we don't have half the boiler painted and half of it not, or something like that. But in some manner in which it can be, if it stops at some piece, we're not just kind of stuck.
Yeah. So I know part of our efforts as caretakers of this property was also to replace the roof over top the existing structure.
Which we did this year, or last year.
Okay, so that part is good for,
25 years. It's a shingled roof, so we're good for 25 years. Yeah.
all right.
We replaced the roof on the train museum as well. Part of that was POS funding, so we were fortunate enough to have that funded partly by the state, so.
And then the last question I have, I guess, relates to access. Because I think during the during the deliberations on this among the groups that had interest, one of the concerns was, it is enclosed, and, is there not that opportunity for greater access in terms of public, coming in and touch and,
Yeah.
so I'm just curious how that's going to work in terms of, because I feel like 202 group sort of wants to make it more accessible as, as they sort of work on it cosmetically. And I'm just curious how that relates to sort of what our idea is in terms of that accessibility and as it applies to any liabilities associated with that.
Right now, the train is behind a fence.
Right.
And so it's only accessible a few days a week. It's currently open now through the spring, summer, and fall. We actually added Sundays to it, so now we've added a day to it. And the reason it's fenced in is mainly because it was vandalized for years.
Right.
Pieces were stolen, So somehow or another, we have to protect the assets and still allow accessibility. If you want more accessibility, then you have to invest more money into it, which is mainly manpower to open it up, that sort of thing. But staff and I have been talking about that, trying to figure out how to utilize that space over there more. We built the restrooms a few years ago for quite a bit of money, which helps with the softball fields that are close by. But we have a beautiful pavilion there. We have these restrooms. We're trying to figure out how we can, I don't know if we manipulate the chain link fence so that those areas are more accessible.
Yeah, I guess maybe
but
that's my
protects the tra-
question.
Yeah.
Is it sort of all like enclosed or encapsulated, you know what I mean?
Yes.
In some protective way that we were trying to protect. Well, we had more, I guess we had more pieces there at one time too.
I think so.
You know what I mean?
I think so.
So,
Museum is in a building, so it's closed. And I think at some point, and there was also, it's not just, there's a couple cabooses in there, one of which you can tour. So again, we want to make sure people are out of those spaces. So I guess the fence was built all the way around to protect the caboose, the train. There's a couple other artifacts there, like signals and that sort of stuff that get stolen. So we may have to manipulate the entire site to kind of make it more accessible without a lot more expense. So. But I think right now, the group has been meeting with my recreation staff on a regular basis. I think they're meeting monthly. They've been doing a lot more programming. They're going to assist them with the programming. They're very active in the site without even actually touching the train at this point. So they're definitely involved, and they seem to be very passionate and committed to doing this. And we didn't budget any money for it. It's
right.
No offense to train lovers, it's not a high priority. There's lots of other things. We have 22 parks and playgrounds, and there's, lots of places to put the funding towards.
Sure.
So if you're good with it, we'll bring back, we have you're looking here, you said there's a motion sheet and resolution, and approve that at the end of the month, and
Everybody good with it?
Yes.
thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Next up, Invest Hagerstown Program update for FY '26. Chris Simon.
Good afternoon this time. So I'm here to provide an update on the Invest Hagerstown program and seek approval to essentially allow the review committee to use current total remaining balance of our 4 programs here across any of the programs on a first come, first served basis. We typically do come here each year to allow essentially the buckets to be open so we can expend the funding, get it out, depending as to whichever program and applications come in first versus keeping everything siloed accordingly. These are the citywide redevelopment grant, the rental rehabilitation grant, homeownership grant program, and the Zion facade grant. As a whole, especially in this current fiscal year, we have been seeing a large amount of interest in certain programs that either have a very low balance remaining or none at this time. So we're just trying to make sure we can get the funding out into the community and be responsive to those needs. Any questions?
Yes. Hi, Chris. Question. Have you seen a decrease in, applicants for a certain program, like that's listed here? Like, have you seen like a decrease over years of like, we're getting less and less applicants for this program versus the other?
So quite the opposite, honestly. We have been seeing an increase in each category of interest. For example, historically, the sign facade grant has been the least applied for one. That was one of the things that we have reworked over the time in order to be responsive to community needs. The citywide redevelopment grant, for example, that's great for any kind of business fit out or smaller redevelopment projects. That one typically is going to be conducive with where we've been hearing people currently. I have probably about 3 or 4 people who have come to me and said, we're going to be moving forward with our project in the springtime. And they're just waiting for plans to be drawn up essentially. So they're kind of on hold until their architects and their engineers can be able to move forward on those ones. On the other side, our rental rehabilitation grant program, unfortunately, some of the funding was cut for that for this current budget year, but we have been seeing a high increase. Whereas we normally would have received only about 2 or 3 applications, we have been seeing monthly interest in this program moving forward.
So just to clarify, these are for renters that need like emergency services or just?
So this would be kind of like tied back to your discussion earlier with the landlord association. If there's a landlord who needs to make renovations to their property, such as installing HVAC units or just do a complete gut and redo, they can recoup some of the costs of doing those renovations versus just being out those funds and having to recapture that in different ways.
Anything else, council? Good. Thanks, Chris. You might as well stay here, though, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. The recommendation to suspend accepting new property renovation applications to Partners in Economic Progress Program. You'll join them.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. We're here to bring forward a recommendation to suspend new property renovation applications into the Partners for Economic Progress Program. And included in this recommendation is that for any property owner already qualified and under an agreement, all of the benefits would continue. And that includes grant back equal to taxes for the remainder of the 5 years following the project completion, continuation of already qualified rent relief customers, as well as space in approved properties that would be eligible for rent relief, the 2 free EDUs, discounted parking, and also 2 hours of historic tax credit advisory services. The key reason we're here to talk about the suspension of new applications is the complexity related to the grant back equal to taxes for 5 years. And what we have found in the administration of this aspect of the program is one, it creates a relationship for a 5-year period. It has a complexity in that it requires participation in the enterprise zone. So it is a grant equal to taxes less the enterprise zone. So during that 5-year period, we need to monitor the state's administration of the enterprise zone credit and also any changes or corrections to the enterprise zone that the state might make during that 5-year cycle. It's also influenced by any tax appeal process. So we may administer a grant equal to taxes, but later need to adjust or correct based on an appeal of the assessed value. There's also some past complexities related to parcels that are combined or subdivided. We had one case where during that 5-year cycle, the lot line was abandoned, so we calculated it separately, but then had to calculate it combined. We also have had change of ownership during the 5-year cycle, so we'd be administering the benefit to a new owner. These are just a few examples of the complexities staff face with administering specifically that component. The program is a 16-year-old program. I would say that it worked well in the development environment of 2010, 11, in the early years. I think we're in a different environment now. We're at different scale of development activity. And I think it's time to rethink the program. We envision coming back to you with a reconfigured or a new program. There's simplicity in our Invest Hagerstown City Center redevelopment program, which acts as a single disbursement of a maximum of $250,000. This single disbursement happens at the completion of the project in comparison to a benefit that happens over a 5-year period. What we see in larger projects are that property owners will use both the Invest Hagerstown program and the PEP program combined and stacked with each other. So we recognize that there's a need to continue the higher level of funding to support these larger projects. The criteria for both of the programs mirror each other in terms of the minimum standards of renovation. And so we envision that we could reconfigure PEP into a recommendation potentially of like a higher tier of Invest Hagerstown City Center or another named program that addresses it in an easier way to administer it. And we know that property owners, that the maximum of 250 for these large scale projects sometimes just isn't enough to get them across the finish line. So we need them to also have something at a higher level. So again, we think there's an easier way to configure and administer these types of stackable incentive programs. A couple of data points on this. There are 12 buildings downtown. This is great news. 12 buildings have received the grant back equal to taxes paid for a 5-year period and have completed that 5-year cycle. There are 6 buildings that are somewhere in that process of 5 years. This will have us continuing to administer this through either fiscal year 30 or fiscal year 31. And I think that we can look at efficiency in a reconfigured program. So we're already committed through this program out to fiscal year 30 or 31. Over 13 fiscal years, we administered approximately $531,000 in just the grant back equal to taxes component. So that averages about $41,000 per year, some high years, some low years, but on average about $40,000. But there's a tremendous amount of coordination and work that goes into administering this complex component of the program. I've had conversations with Michelle. If she was here, she would be in agreement to try to look at something that is easier to administer. Happy to answer any questions. Chris, if you wanted to add anything else.
Just reiterating one point that Joe had already mentioned, this program was created in 2010. That's an entirely different market, entirely different time of the city. We have seen much progress since then. Predated our previous 10-year downtown plan of 2014. And now we're just trying to take a look at all of our incentives, just like we have in the past, just to make sure we are responding to the current market conditions.
Sounds good.
Very good.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, Northern Avenue Sidewalk Replacement Project, Jim Bender.
So good afternoon. Back in February, we made a presentation to the council about a potential project to replace existing sidewalks along the north side of Northern Avenue. It's a bit of an unusual situation in that Northern Avenue, the right-of-way for the street, is under the jurisdiction of the city, but the properties that are on that north side of the street are actually outside of city limits. They're county residents that are fronting on a city-maintained street. The sidewalks are in poor condition. They don't meet ADA requirements for accessibility. And that section of Northern Avenue is also on the walking route for two of the schools, Fountaindale Elementary and Northern Middle School. And staff felt that it's been a project that we've considered for quite some time, trying to rehab those sidewalks. There were some roadblocks to us in the past, but I think that those roadblocks have been removed. And so in February, when we presented, I think that the council was generally in agreement with moving ahead with this project, but there were a couple questions that were asked, and we dug into this a little bit more. I can tell you that we had a question about whether or not to put this project out to bid, or whether we would just do it as a change order with our existing curb and sidewalk contractor. What we would propose is to do this work as a change order, because it's for two reasons. One is we think the costs are lower because they had the best costs for curb and sidewalk work when we bid the contract. So we anticipate the cost to do it will be as low as we're going to get. The second reason would be time. We really want to try to complete this project during the summer while the schools are not in session, because it's going to be disruptive enough, but then to also have to deal with school bus traffic or children walking to the schools. Another question that the council asked in February was, is Washington County willing to contribute to this project? Because the residents that are going to be most directly served by these new sidewalks are county residents. And so I reached out to Scott Hobbs, the Director of Engineering at Washington County. He discussed it internally at the county, and the county is willing to contribute money to this project. Specifically, they've committed to paying for the improvements at the 3 side street intersections where we have to redo the handicap ramps and make them ADA accessible. So it's not a huge contribution, but it is I guess a gesture from the county that they're willing to participate with us on this. So if the council would agree to move forward, I'd bring a change order request to you at the regular session through the consent agenda, and then we would execute the change order and get in position to do this work in June and July of this year. The estimated cost based on talking to our contractor and looking at the scope of the work, it's about $165,000. We have identified unspent highway user revenue in this fiscal year that we would apply to that project. So we're not having to look for money, the funding is already there.
Jim, out of that 165, how much is the county going to do?
We haven't done an exact estimate, but I'm guessing their contribution is going to be in the range of probably 15,000.
Because they're only doing the corners where it's
Just
supposed to be ADA.
Just
So at the end of the block.
ramps at the sections.
Are there sidewalks that extend into those neighborhoods, or the ramps just go to the street itself?
It varies. Mostly they just go to the
Street itself.
The street itself. I think at least one of the intersections, if it's short road, one of the intersecting streets was already improved, and I think that there are sidewalks that extend up into Fountainhead, but I don't think that's the case necessarily at the others.
I know that was a question that Councilmember Burnett had about what the county would contribute to the sidewalk. So he said about 15 out of the 165.
Yeah, I mean, they're willing to contribute to do the handicap ramps at the intersections of those side streets, but that's really all they've offered as far as the contribution.
I'm good.
Like more.
I mean, the reality is though, the reality is the street in its entirety is the city's. You know what I mean? It isn't as if we're asking the county to do, it isn't as if we're doing sidewalks on a county road and asking the county to participate on a county road. It's simply because the city line is there. The entirety of that right-of-way of that street is within the cities.
It is. And the other,
You know what I mean? Responsible.
We're the responsible party
Yeah.
for that street. I get it.
And I think the other thing we pointed out in February is sooner or later, we are going to have to repave Northern Avenue. And at that point, through federal and state regulations, we need to bring the sidewalks up to ADA standards. So it's going to happen sooner or later, and we have the funds now to do it. So that's what our recommendation, we do it now while we've got the funding to do it.
That's why I'm okay with it, because we have the money now.
Right.
Right.
But we'll take the 15,000.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks, Jen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Steve Bachmiller with review letter of clarification for Lorich Zone, Museum 2025-02.
Good afternoon, everyone.
There you go.
You'll remember back in the fall, we did a rezoning of a portion of the Lorich tract, rezoning it from CG to NMU. There was the applicant was actually a contract purchaser of the property. They did put in their application that they wanted the actual execution of the approved rezoning to be delayed until certain milestones happen associated with the development and transfer of the property. That was in the application. It was made aware to the planning commission, was aware of it. It was made, you all were made aware of it as well during the process. The decision in order that we wrote was a little too vague for their taste, essentially, while codifying that within the ordinance. They initially approached our office asking if a new decision order could be written up, and that created procedural problems. We'd have to go back through a hearing process. So we discussed it with them, and they decided that they would be okay with a letter of confirmation verifying what everybody has known through this entire process to begin with. And that is that the annexation, or not the annexation, the rezoning will not go into effect until one of these landmark items on the cover memo occurs. So what we have here is a letter that will go out, if you agree to it, a letter that will go out under my signature that tells anybody who needs to know. Yeah.
So I'm reading this front page. Number one appears more expansive than what I recall from the hearing process.
It's exactly what we discussed at the hearing process.
Well, I mean, I remember having a good amount of discussion on the rezoning, if approved, should not become effective until, I guess, transfer of the property. At least that's sort of what I understood.
In a nutshell.
But this doesn't just say just transfer the property. This says, or recording of the final subdivision plat into multiple parcels. And after the transfer of the entire property to the applicant. So I guess, I think it's item 2 that I'm struggling with.
Item 2 is in the application.
In other words, like, what does that have to do with us?
We're not exactly sure ourselves, but it's part
Does
of
that
the,
mean, like,
it's part of
that-
the contract between the seller and the buyer.
Does that mean like they want to keep a piece of it, but they're going to sell part of it?
It's possible they may keep a piece. Keep in mind that you're dealing with a large tract of about 93
Right.
acres.
That's what I'm saying.
And there may be a couple of pieces that they may keep for themselves for development.
Well, then it contradicts then the transfer of the property. Because then they're only transferring part of the property.
It would be transferring the part
You know
of the
what I'm
property
saying?
that's rezoned.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm just curious, like, is it their goal to keep a little piece and then not want that piece rezoned? I'm just trying to figure out.
The property is currently split zoned and will
Right.
continue to be
Front and
split
back.
zoned. Right, and it'll continue to be split zoned. They're just moving the interior line between the two districts. I believe what they may be doing is prepping it where the portion of the property that would be for residential development could be sold off to a developer, and they may end up retaining the commercial lots for development themselves.
But that piece isn't changing zoning. Right?
Correct.
It's just the line of where the other piece,
Yes,
or the other proposed piece is.
yeah.
Or option 2. right?
It's an and. It's not or, it's and.
Wait,
What it boils down to is the current property owner does not want the property as a whole rezoned unless they are able to execute the contract to offload it to the buyer, to the applicant for the rezoning. As part of that, they may retain pieces of it, but the vast majority of it will go to the applicant in the rezoning case.
and I would love to find just a single case anywhere else where a change or mistake is predicated on the property owner being able to sell the property.
I think that's apples and oranges. They're two totally different issues. They're not connected.
I agree.
And if the property doesn't sell, then this whole rezoning process doesn't happen. The rezoning, zoning stays the way it is.
It just goes back to that initial point that I made, that it's hard for me as the governmental body to say, yes, a change has happened. And because of that change, we're gonna move this line. Or, yes, a mistake happened and we need to move the line. But it's only because you, property owner, have an interest in that happening for a business deal. It just sort of nullifies the purpose of the premise for those two attributes to be weighed to constitute a rezoning.
I don't know.
Out of sequence.
Yeah, I don't know whether what case law there may be out there, but this was analyzed during the process and there didn't appear to be anything in law that prohibits this. It's just the law says is that the rezoning can't take effect for 30 days prior or after. Doesn't say they couldn't be 31 or 51 or 6 months. So, and everything that we have here was part of the application form in this exact wording. We're just sending them a letter saying, we're not going to change the map until such time as these things are met, which everybody saw in the application. There's no new material here.
I don't have a big hang-up of it because it's still the same property. I still think that there is change that has happened in that area to justify it. This whole predication, though, to me, opens sort of a big door for other applicants to possibly use similar argument to walk through. Again, I'm not opposed to the rezoning.
Right.
I just can't think in my mind at the moment what other potential applicants might read into this and say, oh, maybe I'll try this avenue. In an instance where I may look at it and say, I don't know that I'm buying your argument. And then they say, well, we want the same as the other person got.
Well, keep in mind that with a rezoning, you can find change or mistake and this body could still decide not to do the rezoning. So it's a discretionary act. So with the timing thing, it's strictly an issue of convenience between the parties of there being a level of comfort that somebody is not going to get a property rezoned and then the buyer is going to walk away and then the owner gets stuck with the property that has a zoning that they didn't want. Those two things are two totally and separate and distinct issues. You have your change or mistake and you make your decision based on that one way or the other. And this one is just strictly, when does it take effect? Does it take effect in that 30 days or some predetermined time thereafter, which is what we have here, which does not appear to violate any laws.
So refresh my memory, are they making the commercial smaller and the residential bigger, or the commercial bigger and the residential smaller?
They're making the commercial smaller and the mixed use, which is going to be developed for residential, larger.
So then, I mean, you're not really getting hit, at least in my mind, with some if it didn't happen, you're not really, in my mind, getting hit with a greater tax implication. You know what I mean?
Short of us being at the negotiating table with the two parties when it happened, we can only speculate. So, and all we're doing here is we're reaffirming what has been the understanding during this entire process as far as, there's nothing to really do. But are you okay with sending a confirmation letter?
I mean, I feel like I am stretching the discretionary definition really far. I don't, but, you know, the other side of my mind says we don't have a lot of split zone properties that are gonna try and attempt to take advantage of this very goofy business deal.
Yeah. And also, if it doesn't happen, there is a drop dead date on it. So if
Right.
the Harrison family still owns the property at the end of 2027, the map doesn't change. It's, the whole thing's dead. So,
All right, thanks, Steve.
thank you very much.
Next up is the Klein Farm annexation. Matthew Ross.
So this is an annexation for property, Climb Farm, which is on Jefferson Boulevard and Eastern Boulevard. It's bisected by Eastern Boulevard. It is 36.78 acres. The proposed zoning is RMED, residential medium density. And it is designated medium density residential in the future land use map from the 2018 comprehensive plan. It is within the city's medium growth area and is also within the county's urban growth boundary. The use of the annexation area will be predominantly residential in nature. The area of annexation is not currently served by city utilities, and there isn't a pre-annexation agreement. The electric distribution system is external to the light department. It will be served by medical services by Meredith Medical Center, Community Rescue Services, Inc., and the fire department. The area proposed of annexation, okay, yeah, fronts on Eastern. Will be serviced by the police department and the fire department, and snow removal and maintenance of Eastern Boulevard and Jefferson Boulevard will be performed by Washington County. Yeah, and we're not going to be annexing any part of Jefferson Boulevard, but we will be annexing Eastern Boulevard where the property is bisected. Any questions?
Can you just explain this one statement at the bottom of the page under annexation plan, bullet point 2?
What part?
Bullet point 2. First page, annexation plan, bottom of the page.
It is designated high-density residential in the county's recently developed comp plan.
Yeah.
Which is different from the county's currently assigned RS zoning. So RS zoning is residential suburban.
What happened is the county adopted its comp plan a few months ago. They redesignated this area as high-density residential, one of the very few places actually around the city that they changed their land use designation. But because the comp plan is so recent, they haven't had time to do a comprehensive rezoning to change the zoning, and they don't anticipate probably for another year or two. So we have a rather odd situation here where the county has actually has a high-density residential designation in the comp plan on it, but the existing zoning is far less dense than that.
Which would require express approval.
Exactly.
Unless in 2 years they change the zoning through the comprehensive zoning process, and then the 5-year period is nullified. Because then they
If the
become
property
consistent.
stayed in the county, because if we annex it, then the county's not going to be rezoning property, it's not the county.
Well, we wouldn't be able to do anything with it for 5 years while we wait on express approval.
Yeah,
Well, we don't wait on express.
That doesn't make
because it's
sense.
been denied.
Yeah, we found it to be a rather odd situation, just created by the timing of the comp plan and the follow-up comprehensive rezoning, which they haven't initiated yet. Because the comp plan, I think, was adopted, 4 months ago, something like that? So it's really fresh. And they changed the designation. So here we have a situation where the county's zoning is less dense than what we intend for, but their comp plan calls it for it to be higher density than what we're going to zone for. It's a rather odd situation. And there is no plan for development of the property at this time. They're simply looking to come into the city. They don't anticipate obtaining express approval from the county, so they want to get the city to start the clock.
Can you give me a better idea of exactly where the property is?
If you're heading north on Eastern Boulevard.
And you
hit
get
the
to Jefferson
intersection with
Boulevard.
Jefferson, and then you stay going north and you have that rather derelict looking brick farmhouse on the right-hand side, and there's a ranch house on the left.
Yeah.
It's those two field pieces on
Okay.
either side of Eastern Boulevard. And it backs up.
Before you get to
some-
Maryland Meadows.
I know exactly what you're
Yes,
talking
before you
about.
get to Maryland Meadows.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And there's a substation on the other side.
I just wanted to confirm it was that property.
Yeah, it's that. And it's bisected by Eastern Boulevard, so.
And who's the applicant?
It is John Klein, well, Mike Deming, with the support of John Klein, who's the representative for the Klein family. I think it's like 12 different people.
So it is still owned by the conglomerate of the family members?
Yes, we have it
okay.
permission from all of the family members as well, so they've all signed the document saying that they are interested in annexing.
And then we're looking to do your,
History of this will be more than 5 years.
Are they planning to sell this to a developer, or is that the
sorry?
end goal? Are they planning on selling it to a developer? Is that the end goal?
the size of the property, we have to advertise it 4 times, so we're looking to do the adoption of the annexation plan and introduction of the resolution at your next meeting, but the public hearing would not be held until end of June.
While I know that this isn't directly related to annexation, and annexation is often intended strictly for change in jurisdictional boundary, it is obvious that there is a difference in road infrastructure on one side of this intersection than the other. I assume that, maybe I shouldn't assume, that there's adequate right-of-way on the north side of the intersection provided for the envisioned improvements in that area.
Yes, that's already in place. The county has negotiated with the family a year or 2 ago, I believe, for the intended improvement of Eastern Boulevard, acquiring right-of-way and vertical easements as well. I think there's even a couple of them on Jefferson, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong on that. But the short answer to your question is on Eastern Boulevard, yes, the right-of-way is dealt with.
It's done. The right-of-way has been acquired.
That's my understanding, yes. And they have arrangements in the short term while the property is still farmed to have certain points where the farm has a crossover on Eastern Boulevard identified in those easement, in those right-of-way plats.
Okay.
Is that it? You good with that? Everybody good with that? You good? I appreciate it. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I now would like to ask for a motion to move into an executive session for the following 2 reasons. 1, to consider a matter that concerns a proposal for a business or an industrial organization to locate, expand, and remain in the state. And 2, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials whom it has jurisdiction.
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in executive session. We are now out of executive session. We're going back into open work session, and I'll continue with the administrator comments.
The 100 miler will have the last mile walk this weekend at the train hub. So looking forward to people showing up for that. Also, tomorrow night is a huge night downtown, West Virginia, Penn State baseball at the ball field. West Virginia's top 10 in the country and already sold, I believe, over 5,600 tickets. So should be a great time in downtown. That's it for me. Thanks.
Councilwoman Bell,
I have nothing tonight.
Councilman Alshire,
I have nothing.
Councilwoman Burnett,
Nothing tonight.
Councilwoman Anderson.
I have nothing.
All right, I got one thing. This morning, also Councilwoman Bell was there. We had downtown Hagerstown meeting. It was very well attended. The room was full down on the first floor. Lots of great things to be excited about in Hagerstown. Brittany and Leah went over all of the exciting things going on all summer long. So I encourage everybody out there to either get on the website or get one of the little cards that have all of the dates for everything for all summer long. And they did a great job, and it was really neat hearing ideas and having a really constructive meeting this morning. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And that's it for me. Do I get a motion to adjourn? Second? Any discussion on any items this evening? Okay, we're adjourned.
Hello and welcome to Council Wrap. I'm Wes Decker, and I have the pleasure of being joined by the City Administrator Scott Nicewarner. Always good to be able to sit down and talk to you. And this is certainly a time of year where things get rather heavy as we get into budget season. And I think my first question is, can you sort of put that into perspective for the public and taxpayers and kind of just boil that down to what that entails? Because they've seen last week, this week, and we'll see in the coming weeks some presentations from finance, but there's so much more that goes into all of this. And I want to get into a little bit about, the things that you discussed last week, especially looking ahead to the next fiscal year. But just, what does all of this entail? What are the feelings at this point in time? Where are we at this juncture?
So it really all starts in November of the previous year. So November of 25 is when we started looking at this, and a lot of it is truly conjecture at the start when it comes to revenues. It was the first year of a reassessment, of a triennial reassessment. So we didn't really have an indication of what real property revenues were going to be. So we had to make a guesstimate, and that guesstimate was pretty close. And then it just becomes, back to what I said before, is you take the constant yield, which is what you would expect revenues to be if you kept the current tax rate, and you just have to look at that and say, well, how much revenue do I need to meet that? And we needed $10 million. And we could have very easily said, okay, every cent of the tax rate amounts to $300,000, say. So $300,000 into 10 million, that'd be a pretty hefty tax rate increase. Yeah. And so obviously that is not going to happen. So we have to go back through and we have to look at where we cut, what we defer. It's a very stressful process, because last year was stressful enough. I wasn't involved in it last year, but to raise the tax rate what it was raised last year, I was determined we weren't gonna raise it all, and that we would find a way to get this budget balanced this year without the tax rate increase. But I tried to be just as clear as I could be last week, that we cannot continue in that situation. It is too stressful for the city. It's too stressful, especially for our taxpayers, because as we heard today, when it comes to the landlord association, or when it comes to any organization that has to, which is, eventually all of it, it's a circle of life, so to speak, that the more things cost you, the more choices you have to make as to whether those are priorities to afford or not. And that's a major job we've got starting now.
How likely do you believe it will be that the city and the county can sit down at some point and talk about some of the things that you brought up last week, including, the fair level funding and the offset for fire service provided by the city that goes into the county, and some of those things? Because I've been talking about this for a long period of time. I know there's an election upcoming and all of that, but what's your feeling on that? I mean, you're saying, last week made the statement that needs to happen. How likely do you see that? Do you see that becoming?
I think it'll happen. I think both bodies realize what is coming when it relates to not only the ability to receive state funding, but the ability to receive federal funding, and the ability to generate our own revenue without it being on the back of a taxpayer. So I feel confident, even though this is an election year, for the county commissioners. And it'd be just like when it was an election year for the council. You don't want to stick your neck out too far if you want to get elected. but I don't see this as sticking. I see this as being a good steward to your constituents to try to work these things out and do it on a collaborative basis. And this council has shown time and time again, it is ready to have those. This mayor has shown that time and time again. And I think if there's going to be a time to do it, time is now.
And last week, certainly most of the focus was on the FY27 budget, but you really put out a cautionary statement about FY28 and some things that need to be done from the city's perspective, and especially as it relates to a structural deficit, something that's been building really over a number of years, and at this point, it just needs to stop.
Right.
A lot of things need to be reevaluated, and a lot of work will go into that. I think your quote last week was, "It's not scary serious, but it's challenging serious."
Right. And this is a very basic problem, ultimately, is that if you're a person and you work and you make $100,000 a year, and you know that's what you're bringing in, but your bills to pay are $120,000 a year. You have a structural deficit of $20,000. How do you fix that?
Right.
You got two ways. You go find another job, another two jobs to increase your revenue, or you look at that $120,000 and you say, where can I cut? That individual is only going to have certain places they can cut. You know, maybe they don't go to the movies, maybe they don't eat out, you know?
Right.
But you still got to pay your utilities. You still got to pay your mortgage or your rent.
Yeah.
So we have the same dilemma here, just on a wider scale. But we can't, as a municipality, we can't go out and find another job.
Yeah.
Our main sources of revenue are pretty static. So with the legislature passing the task force to be able to look at how municipalities can generate additional revenue that wouldn't necessarily be solely on the back of the taxpayer, like you can do in West Virginia with the B&O tax, or with having a share of sales, more of a share of sales tax. That would be extremely helpful. Even half a cent of sales tax coming back to the cities and counties would be a huge knife into that structural deficit. So it's a super basic concept, but it is a very serious one that we have to identify, because, like I said today, when it came to how much we use fund balance, that's like for a normal individual.
Yep.
That's your savings account, having to rely on your savings account to pay your bills. That's not a sustainable situation, and it won't be for us either.
And when you look at the way each dollar that the city collects breaks down, is it a concern? And if so, how much of a concern in terms of the way that dollar is allocated? Because, I mean, just for example, 50% to public safety, 15% to general government, 9% to, capital plant, 26% to others. I mean, I don't know that it's ever going to be equal across the board, but is that something that is a concern at all in the way that breaks down?
Back in, I think it was 08 or 09, we had, when the market crashed and the housing bubble burst, and we had a significant budget issue. We were basically told, all of our departments, we needed to cut our budgets by 7%. So if you're in public safety, which is 50 cents of the dollar for your tax revenue, that 7% isn't as damaging potentially as it is for the communications department that you're in charge of, where that 7%
it's a much smaller piece
is
of
a
the pie.
much smaller piece of the pie.
Yeah.
And it hurts.
Yeah.
In places like IT, the major expenditure for IT are in maintenance agreements. What do you do there? Do you cut having support for cybersecurity,
Well, you're cutting your nose off, spite your face there.
Yeah.
You know, that's the dilemma that is faced. That's why we have to look at the overall priority of what this municipality wants to offer and wants to be able to do and wants to be able to service their citizens. And that discussion is going to start the day after the budget's approved, because we have to start cutting into the structural deficit. We're not going to do it in FY28. We're probably not going to do it in 29, but we have to start cutting into it so that by 30, 31, 32, we can afford, we can have nice things, and because we deserve nice things.
Let's go back to the to rent stabilization from today's meeting, that particular agenda item, and the Landlord Association doing a presentation to Mayor and Council, something that was requested. This continues to be a process of learning, I think, for Mayor and Council, certainly Councilmember Burnett kind of heading this up. And I thought one of the interesting questions that was asked by one of the members of the association, and it's more of a rhetorical question, but it's certainly one that makes you think. And the question was, how do you cap rent when there's no cap on expenses?
Yeah.
And I think that's a very fair question.
Very fair.
And then it goes back to, so how much jurisdiction should a governmental agency or the government have over something like that, which continues to be pondered here.
And that's all part of the learning process that this council, I think, is trying to get, because one of the motivations behind this whole discussion was summer conference at MML last year, where there were several municipalities and a couple counties that had instituted rent control, rent stabilization. If you're for it, it's rent stabilization. If you're against it, it's rent control. So, that's what piqued a lot of interest, because of the rising utility rates, of the rising costs, and the high cost of homes and the high cost of rent. So, instead of just coming out and saying, we want an ordinance that's going to, cap rent at 5%, or like homeowners tax credit, which kind of goes in the other direction, but we want more information. How would this affect this community? And I think they're getting it. I mean, the Landlord Association is a wonderful group to work with. We work with them very closely on the code issue side, on the permit side. And we have staff go and talk to that group on a regular basis. They are super to work with. And I think their presentation today was kind of, it kind of epitomized everything, again, that we're talking about when it comes to budget, is that they have expenses they have to meet too. And decisions have to be made. If you make it too hard to own and operate a building, and you cannot make your money back, then why are you doing it? And I think, but then again, we have to be able to provide places that are quality places for our folks to live, whether it's own or rent. And then the final comment that was made there is about the vacant housing, and about trying to cut into that. And Councilman Alshire made a very valid point that we have got to start looking at innovative ways, or ways, not even necessarily innovative, but just ways, best practices of other municipalities on how we do that and how we can gain control of those type of properties. It's already there. We're not building anything. We're just rehabbing it, and we need to get those turned around.
We hosted the town hall meeting on rent stabilization, and I think one of the things that came out of that, and was mentioned again earlier today, was the protection, so to speak, for renters, because they probably, or some of them, don't want to put their faces out there with gripes that they have or issues that they've had. So outside of them perhaps sending an email, as opposed to coming here in person and being part of a discussion, is there anything else creatively that we could do to enable their voices to be heard that you can think of? I mean, I was kind of running that through my own mind at the time, and I mean, outside of concealing their identity, I'm not really sure that there's much you can do.
Yeah, we get council comments. We get emails to council comments. The mayor and council's addresses are out on the website.
Yeah, yeah,
Their
yeah.
phone numbers are out on the website if they call in here and want to speak to a council member. These council members are very open to talking. I mean, obviously, as they've proven time and time again, they're very open to hearing from the constituent. I think that's the way you go about it. The one thing you did mention, though, is that there are the state has provided a lot of protections for the tenants in the Tenant Bill of Rights. There were some more, I think, passed this legislative session as far as notices on evictions and the just cause for evictions. Maybe what we could do is synopsize some of those rights and make those available out on the website. And then through social media.
Yeah.
That might be the best way for us to proactively go ahead and do that. But this landlord association, they'll do everything they can to communicate to those that are part of the landlord association.
Right.
And yeah, I think, again, you've heard it from me 100 times, all we have to do is communicate. Let's just communicate it.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that was mentioned. I believe Nancy Allen said it at the end. Landlord-tenant communication, one of the most important things that can happen.
No doubt. Yep.
And many times when that happens, then you don't have these misunderstandings that lead to these much larger issues down the road. So
100%.
yeah, that's a pretty easy one. Let's hit one more here because I was sort of confused by this in a way, and I've heard discussion and mention of it over the course of the last year plus, and that was one of the agenda items, and that was ENVY, which is the Ending Needless Violence with Our Youth, and that particular, not program, as Chief Kiefer pointed out, a concept or maybe even initiative, if you want to call it that, but that all started kind of grassroots at this table, as you mentioned. Councilmember Shelley McIntyre really sort of had, the I don't want to say that wasn't necessarily her brainchild, but something that she brought to the table was important to her and helped get that started. And then the police department became a part of that, and the city became really the vehicle to push that forward. And that was back at a time, I believe, Mayor Keller had a hand in that too. And, it was a program that had some impact initially. And of course, Chief Kiefer mentioned the basketball league that they did too. But it seemed like it became, for lack of a better term, directionless from the city point of view. And work was going on behind the scenes to figure out what are we going to do with it, who's going to be in that position of overseeing this, is the city going to continue with this? And then today we get the presentation from Safer, Stronger Together, and I didn't even realize that they were doing something with this program. So can you give me a little insight into sort of how long they've been doing this and how they got involved? Because they talked about Hagerstown really being the pioneer for them becoming a part of this and then expanding it out to Baltimore, Salisbury, and beyond.
I think they worked that mostly through their state agencies, DJS, DSS.
Okay.
DSP, whatever that other one, what the other one is.
Yeah, it was the DPSCS.
Yeah, DPSCS. But when Councilmember McIntyre and Addie Nardi and Tim Morrow of the school system and Joey Kiefer, and CAC, I think CAC was involved in it back in, Jordy Newman maybe a little bit. I don't remember. That it was a grassroots initiative that at the time when they started it, the city could just never find enough funding, and we weren't structured in a manner organizationally where we could look at the example from California, which their envy was under Parks and Rec. We would not have been structured to be able to manage that in that sense. And I get why they do that. I get why they do that, to take it kind of away from the law enforcement angle, and get it more into an activities type thing.
Make it a little friendlier, so to
Right.
speak. And then for the city, then the difficult part was that, as you said, it just wasn't really a great fit but that was the best department to sort of facilitate it.
Right. And we knew that we needed a program administrator for it, someone that was focused on it. But at the time when we had, we were 25, 30 short on the police side, the priorities were just, the priority for that was just not there. And plus they were doing a good enough job. Well, I take that back. I don't want to say a good enough job. They were motivated and they were able to put the time in.
They were making it work.
They were making it work.
Yeah.
Now that we've got our ranks, filling up, and we've got a position, now is a good time. And plus, this was a council goal to resurrect Envy.
Right.
And if we can go back and get that support from the community like we had, and I'm sure Addie and the state agencies and the school system will buy back into it. And have that focused position that can help, steer a lot of this and get a good qualified person in there that has social work experience, dealings with youth. I really think this can take off in the vein that Shelley and Addie and all of them originally envisioned, but just at that time, we just couldn't.
Yeah.
We just couldn't prioritize doing it.
Let's end on this note. Great time.
I got all night. We're done all, man.
Yeah,
I
know.
love these 1 o'clock meetings.
Look at this, 5:01.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we're not in the throes of discussing an item right now here
No.
at the table. I mean, we
Yeah.
we can talk about anything for whatever period of time we want.
Let's go.
No, I was just going to say, springtime, great time of year, nationally for sports, a lot of things happening. The NBA playoffs coming up, the NHL playoffs coming up, Major League Baseball season about a tenth of the way in at this point. The college basketball season just ended. We've got the Masters that just happened, some more big majors coming up there. Of course, in tennis, I guess we've got Roland Garros. The French Open coming up. But here, as you mentioned in your comments, I mean, I think that's a big feather in the cap of Hagerstown and really the vision for Meredith Park beyond just being the host stadium for the Hagerstown Flying Boxcars, which is great in and of itself, but the big baseball game coming up tomorrow night, because I think this is just the jumping off point for much more to come in Hagerstown at that stadium.
Oh, it's huge. Wednesday night's going to be a big event. Like I said, West Virginia, nationally ranked, national baseball power.
Yeah.
Penn State, Big Ten, baseball, 55, big fan base on both sides.
Yep.
55 to 5,800 people.
Yeah, sort of meeting in the middle here. In a way.
Yeah, I think this just sets the stage. And also, we got Shepherd, Frostburg that are playing, certainly not on the level, but still good baseball, still local interest. We had Hood and St. Mary's, or University of Maryland, Eastern Shore that played here back in March. This facility, and when people get here, they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is in the center of Hagerstown. This is amazing. And we, the boxcars and downtown baseball are just doing a tremendous job with that. We've got the boxcar season starting on the 24th.
Yep.
That's going to be a huge night. It's a Friday night. So instead of I think it was a Tuesday last time. So it's a Friday night. It should be a huge crowd. Have playing Long Island, who has a former Cy Young winner. Did he win Cy Young?
Boy,
I can't remember.
No. Yeah, I definitely
somewhat
in the running.
infamous name that will be pitching here, but heck of a pitcher. The Boxcars are looking to have a much better year this year. They firmed up pitching. Their fielding is already pretty stable, so it is going to be exciting around here. It's not only just on the baseball side, but all the events that we're having downtown, starting with Hagerfest and the National Mural Festival on May 3rd, I think it is.
Yep. That's right.
That's generating a lot of interest. I mean, look, National Mural Festival was in Los Angeles, Corpus Christi, Texas, now Hagerstown, Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. So.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to. It's going to be busy, but that's what we want, busy. You know, we want feet on the street, and we're looking forward to seeing a bunch of new people and making a bunch of new friends here over the summer.
Well, thanks for your off-the-cuff scouting report on the Hagerstown Flying Boxcar.
I got an inside track.
Yeah, I was going to say, you must know somebody.
I must know somebody.
Oh, interesting. Well, Scott, as always, great talking to you. Thanks for the insight on everything I threw at you there. Much appreciated. And thanks to all of you for watching, as usual. And I will look forward to seeing you next time on Council Wrap. For now, that is a wrap.